and we're cooking with gas. And we have dress. Who wants to see dress? Who wants to see dress? I keep saying, I just need somebody now to take me out somewhere. What do you reckon? Do you reckon? Oh! Oh! Do you reckon? Oh! Like, come on. Come on. You can't, like... I've not worked out live chat on YouTube just yet. That's okay. No worries at all. But come on. Come on. Like, you have no... It just looks like sparkly diamonds. It just looks like the most sparkly of diamonds. I'm so excited. I cannot even begin to tell you how excited I am. They're definitely going to have a few... you should see my floor because I've been working on this. So I've been filming it as I've been going. so that I can share the how-to as a part of the promotion in the lead up to the big day, the 15th. We're doing a big 24-hour live stream where this dress is going to be auctioned off to raise money for our dear friends, Wales family, who you can see up on screen at the moment. So this dress is going to be auctioned off on the 15th of June, which is my birthday. And we're doing a 24-hour live stream. Ooh. But, yes, I'm getting very... I have been anyway. Oof. Very excited. And sorry, very, very sequined, I should say. I've been getting very sequined. All of the sequins have been all over the place. Honestly, I should take a photo of my carpet before I vacuum them all up just to... Hey, Dom the Rat, how we going? Who dis? New phone, who dis? It's very exciting. So... I've been joking with a friend of mine. I've been saying, where are you taking me? We got to go somewhere. You've got to take me somewhere nice. I deserve it. Look at this. Look at this dress. But no, I think, it's probably going to get sold before let's turn this on. No. Oh, what? Oh, it's not plugged in. That's why. Tamara, do you know what would be clever? It'd be really clever if you plugged your things in before you started yelling about why they're not working. So, yeah, I'm very happy with it. I'm very happy with the way that it looks so far. I'm going to be hand stitching for years. Well, no, not years, but like certainly hours. When I tell you that this dress is probably going to be worth $3,000, $3,000. How's it gone? There's been a lot. It's been a lot. But the amount of hours of work that have gone into it so far, and I've still got all of this hand stitching to go. And don't get me wrong, like I'm more than happy to be doing it all. This is my love. Like this is a labor of love. But I'm just saying, people, this is your opportunity to own a gown that is worth so much for very, very little. For very little. It's very sequiny. To be honest, I was kind of hoping, like I was thinking to myself, maybe one of those celebrities who got guillotined might want to buy it to wear to a red carpet event. That's the only person I could imagine ever getting away with this amount of sequins. Ever. But I've been stitching. I've been doing my hand stitching while I've been rewatching Bridgerton. It's been very inspirational. It's been very, very inspirational. Now I'm going to put the sign up because, there's a hot coffee I just put right next to my face. Let's put our sign up. What's this? Oi. Gosh almighty, I tell you what. Chaos incarnate. What? I mean, you can come hang if you want. I thought you were going to... Huh? Why are you cleaning the car? Your new one. New car. You know when work give you a vehicle but they don't clean it first? My friend just got given a work car, but work decided not to clean it first. So they now get to clean the new work vehicle that, you know, hashtag just capitalism. I was going to watch Bridgerton, but then I didn't want to. Yeah, I got to be honest, I've heard a lot of people, particularly of the more male persuasion, being like, what? Why would I watch that? I got to be honest with you. You just, like, you don't have to. It's not at all. It's just one of those things where it's like, it's a cultural touchstone, you know? It's become a cultural touchstone. It's like Game of Thrones. It's like, why not watch it? Not all of it. Like, you don't have to watch all of it if it's not your thing, but why not watch some of it just to see if it is your thing? I will tell you that I have a friend who, again, wasn't interested. Were you? And then got very interested. For particular reasons. Yes, for very particular reasons. What were those particular reasons? Hey? The human body. The human body. I mean, I didn't watch Game of Thrones either. Okay, fair enough. I found out it's not my thing. Fair enough. My friend who I managed to get to watch it with me found that they quite enjoyed the human body. They quite enjoyed the presentation of the human body as it was presented. The bodies as they were being presented. Now, I don't know where my... implement. I need my implement. There is an ad in progress, and so I need to do my bone cone time. Yeah, I know it's all the way over there. Yeah. There you go. Thanks. Oh, actually, that's going to need to be rinsed out. I was carrying coffee at the same time, and I think some of it went in there. How are you, Al? How are you? It's so good to see you. More like Game of Bones because of all the boning in the garment. Yeah, all of the boning in the garment. And that is actually what got my friend very interested in Bridgerton, was all of the boning in the garments. All of the garments that had all of the boning in them. That was why my friend decided to hang around watching Bridgerton with me after the first couple of episodes. I am doing really well. I'm doing very, very well. I left you a comment asking for your fiance's measurements, and also what color you think would be best for her dress, so I can make her a gown next. Maybe she can even send me, I don't know, when she's in Egypt with you, she can send me an idea of what she'd like for her dress, for her gown as well. A spicy sight. Oh, I miss you so much, and I'm so glad that we get to chat with you more now. It's so good. Different times. Spicy sight. No, we were talking about Bridgerton. But yes, it is quite spicy. Regency era stuff I can't much get into. Yeah, fair enough. I find it, and I don't. And I think that's one of the reasons why I find Bridgerton accessible in a way that, like, the what do you call it? The historical depictions of, like, Queen Elizabeth and that, I just always found really ick because they were true to life. They were real. It's like, why are we glorifying this person? Whereas Bridgerton is very fanciful. There is not a lot of realism happening in Bridgerton. You can kind of forget that the Regency era was a real time. That makes sense. The frustrating thing I found recently. Thank you so much, YL. Same to you. Absolutely same to you. Hey, Amy. Oh, that's right. I forgot the link. Oh, I forgot to send you the link. Damn it. Why do I keep doing that? Why? Oh, why? They should have paid for a fucking dealer. Assassin's Creed is nice though, because Monarchs generally are the target. Yeah. I do play a lot of Assassin's Creed. I wonder if there's a connection there. I gotta say, the last Assassin's Creed, loved it. Loved it. I know it was a much shorter, much more condensed kind of narrative, but I think that was perfect for my ADHD brain. I felt that's exactly what I needed. I needed to be able to get in, get it done, like smash it out. Yeah, that makes it better. There's no way I could ever watch The Crown. No, I did try watching The Crown. Not enough boning in any of the costumes. How are you supposed to be interested when everyone is dressed so stiffly and you never see any boning? Really? No, it's that whole glorification of these people who, yeah, the fact that it is very fantastical and not real is, I think, the reason why Bridgerton, especially I was rewatching it. I've been rewatching it, and I'm rewatching season 2 at the moment. And there's a scene in it, and I thought to myself, okay, it didn't break the Bechdel test. Sorry. Oh. So the scene didn't pass the Bechdel test because it's 4 women in a carriage all talking about a man. But it's 4 women of colour all being given prominent speaking roles, 2 of whom are like the main love interests of the series. In a carriage, like 4 women of colour. Yeah. Yeah, of course you can. Where are the other tissue boxes? There's another tissue box around here somewhere. Grab one. It's just there. But there's a tissue box around here somewhere, so you can take a box with you. Sorry. I'm making my husband go back and watch. Yes. Ella, Louise, or Penelope? Okay. I gotta be honest with you. I feel like I have made this argument before in regards to Penelope, alright? We have to appreciate that this is a woman living in a time period. Like, yes, it is fantastical, but they have still commented, like it is in the text, that women still do not enjoy the same place in society as men. It isn't quite as bad as what it was in our timeline, in the real world timeline, but there is still an understanding that women don't have as much power as men in this world. So while a lot of Penelope's mistakes make her the devil in a lot of people's mind, in my mind, I can understand how a woman living in a patriarchal society with very limited access to any sort of control would use what access she did have, being her position as spoilers, I'm sorry if you haven't seen it for season 1, Lady Whistledown. Even though we look at her and we judge her for doing that and we think, what a terrible, what an awful thing for a person to do, knowing, I don't know, taking all that into context, I find her understandable, you know? Hey, Valhalla was nice. I spent a lot of time cross-reference history. Valhalla, I still haven't finished Valhalla, but yeah, I really, really enjoy Valhalla. I really enjoy grinding in that game. I enjoy the grind in Valhalla a lot more than I have in any of the other Assassin's Creed games, for sure. I did find that with what was the other one before Valhalla? Because I kind of feel like Valhalla was Assassin's Creed, the other one, just with a brand new skin put on it. Hey, what's bappin'? Hello. There is massive colorism in Southeast Asia. It's so good that the sisters are also not lightened and also super hot. Oh my gosh, tell me about it. Tell me about it. The whole time, oh my God. And even my male friend who I was watching it with, we were sitting there, and the whole time he's going, why is Auntie Bridgerton going for the younger sister? The older sister is clearly, and again, she had the darker skin tone. The older sister is clearly like she's got the attitude, she's got the body, she's got the like pizzazz, she's got the like what is going on? Like who doesn't want a real woman? I'm like, yeah, that's right. Sorry. And you are with us every day too, Whale. This is why we're doing this every day. We don't want to forget you. Oh, I'm just asking, which is your favourite character? I love Eloise. I do love Eloise. I do love Eloise. I do understand Penelope's character, and I do really like Penelope's character, and I'm really grateful for Penelope's storyline this season. Really, really love it. She's very much the romantic, and I feel like it's very important that we have her storyline. I resonate a lot more with Eloise. I feel like Eloise, I feel like the Bridgertons are all neurodivergent as fuck. Neurodivergent as fuck. They are all different representations of what it's like to be on the spectrum. And Eloise is me. Eloise is me and my experience on the fucking spectrum. So, you know, I love Pen and I love her story, but I just cannot relate at all. NWO for life. Hey, Drew, how are we going? Why is my comment stuck on the screen? Oh, whoops. They should have paid for a fucking deal. Sorry. I didn't realize I'd bumped that. Ah! Sorry. How embarrassing. You're in our thoughts too, Whale. And anyone who is able to, link in bio. Link in bio. Important places to go. All the important places to go. That's right. We're doing my invite. So anyone who does want to jump in and have a chat. Today we're discussing Bridgerton, apparently, and housing. Like, why not? Oh, I sculled that coffee. Absolutely sculled that coffee. Yeah, share the live with friends, guys. Share. Oh, do all of the things. Here we go. So anyway, yeah, so yes, so I cannot wait. So the 15th is when the rest of season 3 comes out of Bridgerton. We might do a little bit of a partial watch party, not all of it. I would be like, Eloise, yeah, I feel like this is why we're sisters from another mister, because, yeah, Eloise and I... and I feel like, I do feel like with Francesca's story this season, they're making it a little bit more obvious how neurodivergent the women in this family are. And I do like that because I do feel like it's... Who was it with the hats? We saw someone with the hats. Danbury. Lady Danbury's dad making hats. That felt very neurodivergent to me as well. That felt like a very neurodivergent sort of little situation. I know, like, not everyone is neurodivergent, but I do feel like a lot of the core women in Bridgerton are neurodivergent. And it could be because the author is a bit neurodivergent and they're all a little bit self-insert characters about how, you know, and again, like, I know that not the characters aren't carbon copied from the book. There is a lot of the actor's own raise the pension so I can donate to everything elbow. Yeah, absolutely. Tap, tap, tap. Yes, tap everyone. For sure, for sure. And look, I'm not going to talk about Bridgerton all day. I do apologise. I know that, you know, I find TV shows have a lot of neurodivergent characters. Yeah, and I do think, I wonder if that is because there are more neurodivergent people who end up in those kinds of jobs. Because I don't know, like the job, for example, writing. My hair is just looking great today. I don't know why. I'm really enjoying it though. I'm enjoying it. But I've written several novels. Like I've written a novella, a novel, some poems. Like actually speaking of, on the 15th of June, I'm gonna make a website. The website's gonna go live. We love you too, Whale. Thank you so much. Actually, would be Penelope because I like to poke. Okay, there you go. Penelope, poke, poke, poke. Fire elbow. To be honest, I can get behind that. And my family love your family, Whale, and we are thinking of your family all the time. And my kids would love to be able to come online and say hello, but I won't let them. I won't let them on the internet. They're very annoyed at me that I won't let them on the internet to come and say hello. But no, they're okay. Similar with pro wrestling, the divergent overlap is a good one. I feel like that kind of performative thing. But writing as a form of self-expression, I think, for neurodivergent people, because, I think a lot of neurotypical people, they don't notice the way little interactions make up the bigger part of their lives or their days because they don't have to think about them as much as we do. So I just feel like neurodivergent people make much better writers than neurotypical people. I'm not discriminating against neurotypical people. I'm just saying that I think there's a reason why we enjoy the art created by neurodivergent people. We seem to enjoy a lot of the art created by neurodivergent people. What is neurodivergent? ADHD, autistic, bipolar, psychopathy, certain types of psychopathies, and narcissistic personality disorder is also a type of neurodivergence. So I've got actually a very, very good friend who suffers from NPD, and I shouldn't say suffers from, like the same way I suffer from autism, but it's interesting. It's interesting seeing how overthinking things is such an autistic thing to do. That's such a thing that I do. For them, it's the opposite. Like, I have to try and convince myself to stop overthinking. They've got to constantly be reminding themselves to think. They've got to, I know that sounds bizarre, but they've constantly got to be reminding themselves to consider other points of view. Because they very much get tunnel vision on their point of view. And don't even stop to think about how it's going to affect others. They have to mentally stop themselves and get themselves into that place where they're considering other perspectives and other points of view. And it quite often is quite an involved conversation. But it's like me trying to convince myself to stop overthinking and just to get on with things. For them, it's like, okay, stop. Put a bit more thought into this. Like, how is this going to affect other people? So, it's that sort of neurodivergence. And it's very, very misunderstood because of how it's been used colloquially, how the term is used colloquially. Oh, I have ADHD, so I'm neurodivergent. Yeah, Dom, I'm really sorry to explain to you, but we tend to travel in packs. So if you're in this group, you're more than likely neurodivergent because, yeah, we all are. We're all neurodivergent here. Yeah. Imagine a tunnel vision show. Yeah. What else is? I'll send you a link later on about bipolar women in the arts. Oh, yes, please. I have to constantly remind myself of any process. Yes. 100%. It's a spectrum. Absolutely. Which explains why I can explain everything I do and why with ADHD 3 weeks ago. Oh, no joke. I was talking to ADHD 3 weeks ago. Bah! Everything I do and why to a pinpoint. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, I have to constantly remind myself of any process. And that is why narcissistic personality disorder is a different neurotype the same way ADHD is, because just like with ADHD or with autism where you might have to constantly remind yourself of the process, for people with narcissistic personality there's often a constantly reminding themselves of, and that's the thing is it creates a disabling effect for people the same way that autism does, and it's very, very difficult for people who do have it, I was only diagnosed in like 2022. Well, there you go. I think it was 2020, 2019, 2018. 2018 when I was diagnosed with autism. I haven't officially been diagnosed with ADHD, but yeah, at the time when I was going through the diagnosis for autism, it was suggested that I probably also had ADHD, and it might be more beneficial to get a diagnosis for ADHD because the medication may be beneficial, but I found another medication that helped better. Sent on Instagram. Awesome. Thank you. I'm trying to be on Instagram more often. I am trying to be on Instagram more often. It's not the easiest, but I am trying. Yeah, I'm practical but lost. That's a very, very good explanation. That does feel like a very, very, very good explanation, to be honest. Hey, Mitty Man. Hello, hello. Ah, Kellyanne. Hello, welcome. Oh, hello. Dyslexia and OCD are also neurodivergencies, yes. But dyslexia and OCD are diagnoses that are often comorbidities as well. I mean, I guess so are ADHD. ADHD and narcissism actually have a high comorbidity as well for people. Not that like it's very common for people with with ADHD to have narcissism, but it's very common for people with narcissism to have ADHD. So yeah, and OCD and autism can also, they have a very high correlation rate. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I'm a bit of an overthinker too. Yes. Yes, like, share, all of the things, subscribe, all the things I'm supposed to remember to ask you to do. Thank you so much. Links in bio for all of the important things. Scooter Center profile, Madman Play. Thank you. Awesome. Comorbid with anxiety, yeah. So when I was diagnosed with autism, at that time they said to me the anxiety was what was actually negatively impacting my life rather than the autism. And if I could learn to unmask more, I would feel less anxious. Yeah, the inattentive definition is very much the autism definition rather than the ADHD definition. Yeah. Yeah, I have the same problem, Juzzy Wuzzy Fuzzy, where Juzzy Wuzzy Fuzzy, I have to say your full name. It's like Lord Byron, you know, the first Earl of Kent. Juzzy Wuzzy Fuzzy. I often have the same issue, and when I was younger, I really struggled with it. And it's something that I have noticed is in my son, 100%, we are exactly the same that way. We notice, because of the pattern recognition, we notice things and we pick up on things that are missing or things that need, you know, that someone might have missed, or the pattern recognition is strong, but the understanding about what's relevant and what what's relevant or what isn't, that isn't very strong. And so it's like, I've noticed all of these things and I don't know what's relevant or not, so I'm just going to tell you all of them. But because I am autistic and because I've got the same issue, I have found, though, I have managed to, oh, hello, you're joining me. I've managed to at least have those conversations and explain that to him and just be like, you should bring the smoking table out here. Well, because then we can have a pop. How did you get the proper diagnosis as an adult? So I went to a GP to get a referral to a psychiatrist. There weren't any psychiatrists locally because of where I live. I had to do it, back when I got the diagnosis for autism, I wasn't living here. So I got the, initially when I got the prescription, I was sent to a specialist clinic that dealt with adult diagnosis in Subiaco. They got me to do all of the questionnaires and stuff, and I went in and had a couple of appointments with the specialist. The entire process cost $2,500, $3,000 to do. I was very fortunate at the time God almighty. I was fortunate at the time because I had been, God almighty, because I had been homeless and couch surfing, I had saved quite a bit of money not needing to pay rent. And so when I got a house and when like things sort of settled down, I had a little bit of a cash fund there. And I was like, you know what I really need to do, because I was at uni as well. And I was like, you know what I really need to do to make my life just a little bit easier? I need a diagnosis, because that it was really for uni. So I could take it into uni and say to them, I'm not being a fuckwit when I come to you and I say to you, I need you to explain the question in more detail to me. I need more help understanding what you're asking for me. So because I had that letter, I had someone sit down and help me frame out my essays in my first year of uni. And this is one of the reasons why I got such great marks as well, is because in my first year I got fabulous marks, and it sort of helps to bump you up. And then even if you do kind of shit house later on, it's much better to get the good marks earlier on, because it kind of helps boost your wham and your GPA up there. Took me ages to realise my daughter had autism, because it all seemed normal to me. Yeah, and that is the problem, because it all does just seem normal, because you're like, yeah, they're just like me. Like, this is what my dad turns around and said when I said to him that Malachi was ADHD. He goes, oh, there's nothing wrong with him, he's ADHD. And my dad, I kid you not, my dad's my dad turns around and goes, I was just like him as a kid. And I said to my dad, Dad, when my grandmother had to go into hospital, they couldn't find anyone who was willing to take you. Your brothers, your older and younger brother, no problem. Hands up all over the place to take them, like volunteers all over town for people to go and stay with them. You had to go and stay like with an auntie and uncle who lives in another state, because they couldn't get anybody who was willing to take you, because you were so full on as a child. Like, tell me again how he's totally cool and normal. When, like, back in the 70s, people used to say to my nan all the bloody time, like, are you letting him have Coke? You know you're not supposed to let them have Coke anymore. Like, he's bouncing off the walls all the fucking time. So full on. Okay, sorry, I missed some. I can tell you getting an ADHD diagnosis is a chore. Yeah. And getting an autism diagnosis was a bit of a chore as well. But, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I had already done a lot of the diagnostic work. I showed up to my first interview with a lot of the questionnaires and things already filled out. I'd found them online myself, filled them out, and I took them in with me. And I was like, oh, I found that these were some of the diagnostic tools that you guys used to diagnose someone as autistic, so I thought I'd pre-fill those out for you to save some time. And my psych was like, yep, I've seen that before with my autistic patients. And I was like, oh, really? He's like, yeah, that's a very common autistic trait to pre-fill out the questionnaires. Charlie Bear, face the other way, darling. I don't want your face. My dad drank from one cup his whole life and had his special share. Yep. Every time you tell your stories, I'm like, damn, I do that too. Yeah, because autistic and ADHD and neurodivergent people flock together. The person on Twitch is asking, whoops, sorry, what have I got? I got ADHD diagnosis by getting diagnosed bipolar, and the medication didn't work. Yes, moved on to ADHD meds on my suggestion when he retired, and when I called up for a new prescription, they said he'd retired and fast-tracked the assessment, had to do an interview with my dad. Self-sabotaging. No one in my life had explained to me that they could see it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, me sitting here with my Mr. Happy mug and my break bulb. Yep. Yeah. Being full on, lol. Never. Yep. To the person on Twitch asking. Yeah, absolutely. I'm liking the live too, guys. Hey, TJ, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Whoopsies, I can't see what's going on. That's fine. It'll come back. FYI, I'm 40, diagnosed at 38. Yeah. Yeah, what year is it now? 2024? I was diagnosed at 32. which is pretty average for women. It's pretty spot on for women, to be honest. I am. My cough has gotten a lot better. Thank you so much, TJ. Absolutely has. We've got our 24-hour live coming up, so I'm getting all prepared for that. The dress, tell me that this isn't the most sexy fucking sequin dress you've ever seen in your entire life. Like, hello? I was diagnosed at 31. God almighty. And this is the problem too, that so many of us are forced to mask for so long. And bipolar diagnosis for women and finding that medication doesn't work, very, 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 very common, the misdiagnosis. Anyone who's ever been diagnosed as borderline personality disorder, I beg of you, find a doctor who is willing to consider that you've been misdiagnosed and that you might be autistic. Because autistic, like all of the things that people say are are bipolar personality quirks, are all also side effects of being undiagnosed autistic. So anyone out there who's had a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, yeah, just go and check that it's not autism. Ooh, I was in the hospital assessment when I was 8. Sorry, this is annoying me so much. What do you know about victim services payout and subsidised therapy? Nothing. So victim services payout, do you mean as in victims of crime specifically? Because that is something that there'll be a police liaison person who can help you with, if that's what you're asking about. I'm always, because it's so many different, we're in an ad break, so we're going to do some bonus content just quickly. Don't mind me. But I always do find it interesting when people ask questions like that, because there's so many different things you could be referring to. So when you say, what do you know about victim services payout? So victims of crime, there is like a victim services person that'll help you with that, but there is a payout that is available for people who have been victims of traumatic events. Oh, childhood. So you mean under the Royal Commission scheme, the scheme that was set up after the Royal Commission? Unfortunately, I don't know anyone who has successfully accessed that program at this point. However, the redress scheme, yeah, thank you, that's the word, redress, the redress. I don't know anyone who has successfully sought compensation under that scheme. However, if you talk to your GP, it is really, really difficult, and this is why I get really fucking annoyed that we have now lost access to the general practitioner in Australia, because the GP was, like, you know, the no wrong door, the idea that we have in this country about no wrong door. One of the reasons that our services don't advertise, one of the reasons that people don't know about a lot of these schemes and things unless it's particularly relevant to them, is because the no wrong door philosophy, it used to be that you would go to your GP and they would be able to tap you in with whatever services you might need. They'd be able to get you access to what information you might need. They were your doorway into whatever services you might need. We've now made it so difficult to go to the GP, and GPs are so overworked that they can only afford to give you 15 minutes because they're getting paid so little because of the pause on Medicare, increases to Medicare. They're now so overworked, so underpaid. We're paying so much to go to the hospital. People are going to the doctor for 15 minutes every year. So no one's got any idea about any of the things that they should be doing, not for their health, not for their mental well-being, not whatever services and things that they should be able to... it wasn't until I found the right shrink that I gained access. No. And getting the right shrink can also be difficult. I was going to my GP, and because I was under... I was able to get... the GP bulk billed, and then I lost the ability to get the GP bulk billed because my status changed and I was no longer had access to bulk billed GP, but I didn't have any extra income. My status change wasn't because of an income change, which meant I couldn't afford to go to the doctor anymore. And so then I presented to the hospital, to the mental health ward, and that was how I managed to get in with a good mental health therapist, who was then able to get me, access to the services and things that I needed. And my psych was able to get me access to things like, other services, other And again, for women in particular, contact your local women's refuge, because even if you don't need to stay there, you're not looking for accommodation, if you're like a single mum or like contact the women's refuge and ask them what services and things might be available to you, because they'll have that information as well. And yes, they're overworked, but if you give them a call and you say, I need information for mental health, specifically dealing with FDV, I thought you guys might have some information, they will have a contact list that they can email to you. They might not be able to guarantee that they'll all be available, but they'll at least, do you know what I mean? Like this is the kind of thing I used to do when I worked at the free legal clinic. This was the kind of thing I did all the time. Who would call up the free legal clinic looking for basic information, looking for, oh, hi, I need to get my kids, I need to get new passports for my kids. Where do I go to find out how to do that? On the front desk, I would take care of 90% of the inquiries we got at the legal clinic. I would take care of at the front desk, because most of it was stuff that we had easily, information that was already typed up, accessible on file. I could just email out to people. It was no problem. So never feel bad about contacting those services, because for them, a lot of the time it's a pro forma email that they just have to type your email address into and send it off to you, because they've already got all the information there. So like local women's refuges, men's shed, the men's shed for any men out there. I mean, lots of men out there. We've got lots of men in the comments chatting, keeping us company today. The local men's shed will have access to things like that as well. Mental health is a big one for them. So that's another place that you can go to access services. I feel like this is one of the great things about this community as well, is that you can also come into our comment section, into the chat, into the Discord. People in there will help point you in the right direction to access services as well. I have to find new work while managing burnout. Yeah, I'm in a very, very privileged position right now, while dealing with my burnout, that I have been able to start my own business. And yes, it is very, very tight. I'm not gonna... One of the things that I have been doing is talking to teenagers about why becoming a social media influencer as a job is a stupid plan and they shouldn't do it as a public speaking role. So, like, you know, I'm not at all, but I'm just saying I've got the privilege of being able to have that cushion. Recommended resource by work. Ask Izzy. Yes. Ask Izzy is a really, really good one for services, what services and things you might need for particular things. Give It as well. There's a website called Give It. Okay, I did EMDR and she was the psych that set it up. EMDR for all. I did, what did I do? I did cognitive behavior, CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. And I know that a lot of people out there don't rate it at all. But I think because of the TISM, for me, what I wanted out of therapy, and maybe it's not what you should want out of therapy. Maybe you should want to get, I don't know, better or fixed out of therapy. But what I wanted was a cheat sheet to make my life easier on a day-by-day basis. You know, like how do I do this? And yeah, and she gave me that. So that's what I wanted, and I got it. Winning. Oh, it does nothing. Oh, what does nothing? CBT or EMDR does nothing? Which one does nothing? Oh, yeah. DBT is better than CBT. For ADHD, they recommend DBT. I did CBT for depression. So what's the DBT? I don't even know if yeah. I think because dialectical behavioral therapy. Is that what I was doing though, maybe? They use it for bipolar and BPD. And I tell you right now, borderline personality disorder isn't a real diagnosis. You cannot convince me that it is. BPD is just women being misdiagnosed. It's more expanded to neurodivergence. I think that's probably what I did then, some kind of dialectical behavioral therapy, because there was definitely a dialectic going on. There was... Oh, exposure therapy is a C to do. Yeah, yeah, a CUNT. Yeah, no exposure therapy for me. Thank you very much. What's PMT then? Post-menstrual menstrual tension. Oh, CBT aligns with ABA in some ways. Really? Ooh, because ABA's not necessarily got a good rap either. I think the thing is though for me, because I am very analytical in my mental processing. I'm very, very, very analytical. And that's what causes me a lot of the problems sometimes. So whatever it was that I did really fucking worked for me anyway. It's why some people respond poorly to CBD. CBT focuses on talking and working out triggers and how to manage it. Yeah, that's what I was doing. That was definitely what I was doing. Yeah, too many initials. Yeah. That's why so many people respond poorly. Some people respond poorly to cognitive behavioral therapy. Yeah, and I do get that as well. I do think though, again, so after I had my initial meeting with my psychologist, she just said that to me, like, you know, she thinks that CBT would work very well for me because of my analytical mind and because of I wasn't looking for an excuse. I wasn't looking for so CBT does not work really well for people who are narcissistic, for example, do not respond well to CBT either. They really, really struggle with it. But for me, hey, what are you doing? You need a haircut, dude. Your hair's getting all woolly.
I want it to be long because I want a mullet.
You're going to grow a mullet, are you? What? No. Please stop saying CBT. Okay, no worries. I won't say it anymore. Do you hear voices? Is that real? My children in the background? Yes, they are real. Yes. DBT is good for, yes, grow a mullet, little fella, for ADHD because it replaces the working memory with the habit forming bit. Yeah. Right. I could probably use some DBT now. I could probably use some habit forming therapy. But no, I was definitely very much more in need of, hey, hush. I'm talking louder so that they can't hear you. Communication modules confuse me a lot because the nuance in the proposed conversations. Right. It's one of those like this or that type dialectic situations. Yeah. Yep. I think I do that myself a lot already with things. This is one of the things that my psych said to me by the end when I graduated therapy. We would start a therapy session and I would go in and I would start talking to her about a situation and I would get to the end of it and I'd be like, so I decided to message that person and tell them to bugger off. Okay. Malachi? You keep making a lot of noise. Adam? Sharp noise is like clicking. It's over there clicking. Bro is asking about voices and I have conversations with myself. Cool and normal. Yeah, I think it is cool and normal to have conversations with yourself, right? Like gooning. 4 people sitting at a table at work talking about what they thought of other work colleagues. And it all came across to me as unimportant babble. So I take it as small talk. Yeah. Is it not unimportant babble? Is that not? That sounds like small talk to me. Auditory reinforced learning. Yeah! I'm teaching myself through reminding myself what I was doing. And if I don't talk to myself, I forget what I was doing. So it saves me time. Talking to myself saves me time. Okay? Oh, I couldn't follow the example. Yeah, okay. They've done studies. See, I'm not, I will always. Like, they've done a study, perfect, winning. Winning. You're a dag. You are such a dag. People that talk aloud while doing tasks perform better. Can you pass one of those Pepsi? I believe that too. I 100% believe that. I keep talking while doing, I'm supposed to be doing tasks though, and I gotta admit, I keep forgetting the task I'm supposed to be doing. Small talk is important to build relationships. It's the act of talking, not the subject. This took 30 years to learn. I am definitely one of those people who doesn't do small talk. Like, I would, if I was going to do small talk, I would start describing, the synopsis of a book I just read and call that small talk. Yeah, I know how to build rapport. Exactly. I got to admit though, okay, so a little while ago, this is going back a couple of weeks now, I was on the phone with this guy, and we were having a chat, and within 5 minutes of the conversation starting, not even 5 minutes, within 3 minutes of the conversation starting, I immediately, of course, start talking about the issues with policing, like the problem of policing in the system, because of course I can't keep it lighthearted, can I? No, how's the weather is not small talk. Abolish the police is my small talk. But to be fair, okay, I'm going to do another dating video. Who wants to hear the date that I went on with the guy who I realized very quickly was a racist, and I needed to get out of there. I needed to run away very, very quickly. Because that happened recently. I'll share that story on my other app. On my other profile. I'll remove my little toe before doing small talk. I just don't find it possible. I launch into these subjects. I just launch into these in-depth subjects, and people are like, well, that's a bit much for small talk. And I'm like, oh, sorry. I didn't realize I wasn't allowed to talk about the pressing issues of the day. Like, okay, when everyone was using the fact that Israel-Palestine was so complicated, like 10 years ago in media, all the media was joking about how Israel-Palestine was such a complex topic. I was like, no, it's not. I don't know what everyone's... But again, eek, in the other Tamara, the other one. Is small talk making a statement and everyone else just nods and agrees? Yeah, small talk for me is how much of Das Kapital have you read? Yeah. Have you done the pre-reading? That's small talk for me. And I, honestly, this is why I say so much on TikTok, I can't deal with people who haven't done the pre-reading. Because I can't deal with small talk. Have you done the pre-reading is the small talk, guys. That's why. Yeah, Tamara. We got a fellow Tamara joining. Welcome, Tamara. All Tamaras welcome. Hey, Malachi. Kiddo. Can you use your knives for that?
No, because it makes it too rigid.
Okay, I get that it makes it too rigid, but I see you doing that with that big, pointy, sharp metal knife, and it makes me nervous.
It's fine.
Okay, well, just don't point it at your hand. Point it away from your hand. Yeah. You can move the carrot, yeah. Charlotte, move away from the knife. Thank kids. I think small talk is supposed to be things that are of unimportant consequence. So things that it is not, well, things that if someone disagreed with you on, it wouldn't be a big deal. Like, I've often thought of, you know that guy who does those conversations that don't go the way that you're expecting? Definitely confused as fuck right now. Yep. So you know that guy who does those conversations that never go the way you're expecting? To me, small talk is like if someone was to say, lovely weather we're having, and then someone else was to go, no, we're not, it's disgusting. You're like, what are you talking about? The weather's lovely. Like, it's the kind of conversation that if an argument was to break out, you would think it was ridiculous. That is small talk. Small talk is talk that it seems ridiculous to argue about. It's the kind of talk like, what's your favorite color? Or like talking about your hobbies, you know? In this day and age, it feels like there's no such thing as small talk because I could get political about absolutely every issue. But I think that's part of the problem as well. Small talk is a white Western idea for white Western people who, you know, to them, talking about their hobby of sewing doesn't immediately make them think of the fabric slave trade, of like the children picking cotton in the fabric slave trade in parts of Eastern Europe. It doesn't make them think of the massive problem, the dirty crop, cotton being the dirty crop, and also the most widely used fabric. Doesn't make them think about, you know what I mean? Like, the reason small talk is a thing is because for neurotypical, maybe it's a neurotypical thing, maybe it's not white Western thing, maybe it's a neurotypical thing, but they're just able to be so unaware of the way that things are connected, and so they could talk about something like sewing without it, with it being, you know, a light conversation with no more depth to it, you know? Oh, absolutely. I just make small talk one-sided. I'm good at listening and asking questions. Boys, I know. Tell me about it. Can we see the dress again? The dress is on in screen on TikTok, on Twitch, sorry. It's a bit tricky to move it around on account of the sequins that keep getting caught up in the wheels.
And that's everyone's stepping on them and they're making them bleed.
Okay, I don't think you need to be that. Cool. I can show you the fabric. I can bring the fabric into view. This is the fabric. Look how shiny. Look how sparkly. Sorry, I'm very excited about it. I'm very, very excited about it. Hello. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. It's so loud. Yes. Small talk is unimportant, like football. James talks a lot. He does, doesn't he? Yes. If someone genuinely asks about the special interest, all bets are off. And this is the problem. This is the problem that neurotypicals and neurodivergent people have, is that because for neurotypical people, they will think that a hobby is small talk. But for neurodivergent people, we get very excited and we have lots to say on the subject. For me, small talk is about gauging interest and figuring out what deeper conversations we can talk about. Yeah. Oh. What are you doing?
Not eating and Dad just pointing fingers at us.
Why don't you go and eat outside or... It's a public holiday today in WA, so the kids are home. So I was like, I'm still going live because I go live every Monday. But it also is why I wasn't as late today as usual because, you know, who's sleeping in and getting distracted when the kids are here? Yeah, and not express it as a concern as if it's not welcome. Yeah. Yep, see, if I'm asking about the hobby, it's because I want to be an expert by the time we're finished. Yep, absolutely. The dress is looking good. How many hours have you put in since the last stream? Probably about, hey, dude.
Yeah.
Other dude.
Yeah.
How many hours do you reckon I've been stitching this thing for?
12.
No way. 20? So probably I've popped in since the last stream. I've probably popped in another 10 hours then. Hey? Yeah, it's hard when you're also ADHD trying to keep track of it. I let's just say I have so far managed to watch. I watched all of Succession. I started watching. I watched all of Succession. I wasn't sewing it the whole time, mind you, but I watched all of Succession. I've started watching the new season of Trying. I've started watching... What did we start watching? Bridgerton. I've been watching Bridgerton. And I'm up to season 2 of Bridgerton. And I have been sewing the whole time I'm watching Bridgerton. You make it look so easy. No, no. And I have been... I've been doing my time-lapse video photography filming as well. So that I can show people how much time it took to get it to this point. So as you can see over here, I've got the... I've got to tidy up the sleeve on this side. We've got to do the seam down the side here and here, and tidy up, and finish this sleeve attachment here. And then it's pretty much done. It's ready. It's ready to be worn. It's ready for its big debut. Ready for the big debut. Am I logged in, Kim? Yeah, hello. Yes, hello. Yeah, so when they say, yeah, absolutely. I'm asking about the hobby. Yep. I want to find out as much information as possible to vaguely understand the process. Yeah. The big debut. Yeah, so people make a coffee or a tea. You don't have to remember each item and process to make coffee every time. Yeah, apparently. Tea has... And I think that's the thing too. Like, I had this happen. Now we've got 3 minutes until we've got some bonus content time. So, you know, don't mind me. I'll be ducking off screen in just a minute, just behind here. But I will say, when my sister's been diagnosed ADHD recently, and she cannot so much as make herself a cup of tea. She's a nurse. She's fine when she's at work, but she gets home and she's not so much as even able to make herself a cup of tea. It's just too much of a freaking head break for her. Like, she just can't manage it. She can remember the steps to all this other fucking shit, but she can't make a cup of tea. And I'm pretty much the same. My cup of tea tastes like pigeon sweat because I did a shit job at it. I gotta get someone else to make my tea for me. Speaking of, I need a cup of tea. I need a cup of tea. So not fine at work because that's what's killing the processing at home. Yeah, I suppose it's more that she chooses to expend all of that energy at work and then is not able to process at home. Capitalism. Do you mind opening that as well? I can't open it. She chooses to expend that energy at work because and unfortunately, this is the thing. Like, the burnt out elder millennial women who have ADHD and autism. What caring profession did you go into? One of my sisters is a nurse, and the other one is a teacher. So guess who don't strike, don't take time off when they need it, feel obliged to show up to work even when they're sick. You know, my sisters, and then there's me, little fucking... And it's just, it's jobs as well where you feel like if you don't show up, like especially both of my sisters, because my sister who works at a school for children who've missed out on school. They've been like had gaps in their education for some reason or another. So she was working at a school in the kindergarten area for children that had gaps in their education in the pre-primary / kindergarten area. So you can imagine what must be going on at home for you to have gaps in your education at that age. So she was dealing with a lot of kids who had like violence at home, like abusive situations at home. And so she literally felt like if she missed a day of school or missed a day of work, it could, you know, it would make such a massive difference in these kids' lives. She just couldn't do it. She just could not. So she went like 3 years without even taking a break. Obviously, you know, teachers get holidays and stuff, but she'd take the first week off, and then the second week she'd be in her classroom every day, setting it up, getting ready for the new term. But yeah, then my other sister, who's a bloody nurse, and she's studying to be a surgeon, same thing. She feels like she can't take a day off work even when she really bloody needs it, and she's all burnt out, because if she does, someone might actually die. Yeah. My kettle broke, and getting a new one is a lot of effort, so now I live a tealess life. I had a camping kettle that I used on the stove for a while when my last kettle broke. before I went and got this one from Kmart one day. Or went and got it. I was in Kmart and I saw it and I grabbed it because I was like, that's right, I need a kettle. Yeah, capitalism's not really not really a choice. Not really a choice, but yeah. I suppose I get what you're saying. I suppose I view it as a choice merely because we choose what profession it is that we want to do. Not necessarily that we have to work, but we choose what profession it is that we want to do. Some of us do at least. And the choice to be in that sort of a high intensity environment in particular is what burns her out. And that part of it is a choice. She chose to go to uni and study nursing for 6 years. And yes, it did take her 6 years because she decided to just go to Canada part way through there for a while, because why not? Oh, they sell kettles at Coles and Woolies. I tell you what, if you two keep yelling, I'm going to lock you at the front. Door shut behind you, locked, never to be opened again. Hey, I am Vengeance. Welcome. Welcome. Yes, the link is in the chat there, guys. Oh, ad in progress. Ad in progress. Ad in progress. $7 Kmart kettle. Oi, you going to grab and check my essay on stream? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Because Canada is amazing bulls. Yeah, fair enough. Oi. I saw. That worked. What worked? Yeah, that did work. See? They do listen. They're good kids. They do listen. They very much do. Okay, I have a question about the employment choice. What does a newly understood autistic individual who's quite good at most things they do, what should or where should I look? Who's also a male 40. Something woodworking, metalworking. See if you can get some kind of job working in that kind of field. Somewhere where you can do something that feels productive and feels like you have accomplished something at the end of it. And that there is some satisfaction in dealing with a community in some sort of customer service respect, like you've made something for a community member, but you don't need to deal with them on a daily basis. You can just, carpentry. Labour work I get in trouble for, I irritate men somehow. Yeah, but that's the thing about doing like small order carpentry or like metal work. You don't have to deal with other men. You don't have to deal with other people. I often go straight to what can I do in my shed that no one else has to be involved with. Yeah, make carpet. There you go. Carpentry or carpentry. And I missed cone time. So I'm going behind here. I'm going behind here to do that. You do craft stuff, not labour stuff. Yeah. Learn to code, but unironically. Yeah, learn to code, but unironically. I did do a lot of coding. I taught myself HTML, JavaScript, and CSS when cascading style script while I was at high school because I wanted to make my own websites. And back in the day, this is before we had website builders. So I taught myself to code. Loved it. Fucking loved it. I wanted to be a website builder, a coder so badly. Like, that's what I wanted to do. And I'm kind of glad I didn't get into it because I feel like these days, like, there's a lot more sort of graphic design than there is actual coding involved. I did enjoy that too, don't get me wrong. Hey, Stephen, welcome. How you going? Taking notes, yeah. And look, crafty stuff like jewelry making or like small style crafting, pottery, woodworking and that sort of small scale style stuff. I say that too because my uncle, I'm going to promote his stuff on here actually. I've told him I'm going to do him a free shout out on my TikTok. He has recently got into doing woodworking. He's had a lot of those same sort of issues finding work. And he's been making his like timber products and selling them at the markets and stuff and just doing that and doing pretty well and enjoying himself. So he's had a really hard time holding down a job for the last 2 decades. He's had an issue with alcohol addiction. He has, grew up in a very abusive environment when he was younger, when he was a kid. So he's got issues. He's got fucking issues. But he's doing amazing fucking work now, and he's pulled himself together, and he's completely changed his life. But it was part of it was finding this craft, this art that he could express himself through. You know, emotionally, I'm a tad exhausted too, so I'm low mood at the moment. But these tips are helping. And honestly, when I feel low mood, that's usually when I pick out my needle and thread. Like finding something that feels not just creative, but it makes you feel accomplished and makes you feel like, I don't know, like the art of creating something I find very therapeutic. But yeah, you also don't want to run the risk of then your hobby and the thing that brings you joy becoming like your income source, and then you hate it and then you don't want to do it anymore. I am going to be making and selling these dresses, and this is why I'm only doing this to help raise money um, for Gaza, for our friends in Gaza, because yeah, I can't stand the idea of my hobby becoming my main source of income. That would just make me miserable. If programming isn't your thing, IT jobs are good for people who like problem solving with huge variety and instant feedback. Instant feedback is a big one for autistic community and ADHD community. I really struggled. I worked in a job that was pretty much, it was a great job, but I wouldn't get feedback. Like the feedback would come in monthly in a form of a one-on-one. And they'd be like, yeah, you're doing a good job. And I'm like, am I? I don't know. Like I feel really lost here. I'm really confused 90% of the time in this job. For me, work equals something I don't mind doing but don't exactly love. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like you want to save the things you love for when you come home. Unless, again, commune, #commune life. If I was growing the garden, because I used to come home from work when I was working out of the home, and I would go into the garden, I'd spend some time in the garden. I remember, I would be FaceTiming my friends like Belle and MB. I'd be chatting to them about it. Which one of the dresses is your fave? At the moment, this one, because it's just fucking stunning. At the moment, this one, because it's just, I'm in love with it. But, yeah, so on the commune, I'll more than happily do the gardening, the sewing. Like, I will more than happy do the stuff that I love on the commune that needs doing, because I won't have to be doing anything else. I'll only have to do the stuff, and I don't even have to do it. I'll only get to do the stuff that I love doing for the people I love. Win, win, win. I left my last job because the feedback was do this or don't do that or you'll be unemployed tomorrow. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And this is what they said to me as well when I said to them that I felt that the feedback was really lacking. They were like, you're doing your job. You're still employed here. How is that not enough feedback? Oh, okay. I have a job. Well done. That's enough feedback. Great. Only other thing I have succeeded in except IT was being a dish pig. Yeah! I did love hospo. I did love hospo for my ADHD as well, like on the floor, clearing the floor, clearing the tables. Okay. It's also a code for the IT is also a code for the neurospicy. Yeah. Yet the constant misunderstanding and lack of desire to expand on their feedback. I know. Hey, have we got anything like... And that's the thing too, when you're asking for feedback, people hear that. I feel like neurotypicals hear you asking for feedback and hear... Yeah, thank you. Neurotypicals hear you asking for feedback and hear I want praise. Yeah, boy. There's only one left. Yeah, so neurotypicals hear I want feedback and think you mean I want praise. And so they're like, oh my God, like you always want so much feedback. And it's like, yeah, am I on the right track? I didn't even know this job existed 6 months ago and now I'm doing it with no one watching over me. It's very disconcerting because I didn't know this job was a thing that existed a little while ago. Like, you're just like letting me loose out in the world with no oversight. That does not feel legal. I could have managed people better than most managers I've ever had. Absolutely. And I'm not a micromanager either. Because most of it is just letting people know what the expectations are and then letting them know if they've met them or not. Like that is, and again, and I know because if you've been a teacher, teachers make the best managers. Every single manager should have to go something through, like, because classroom management is a whole field of study for teachers. I did classroom management as a part of a small little window of time I was a teacher. It didn't last more than 5 minutes. I guarantee you, teaching is not for me. Yeah, they don't want to do more work than they set out to give. So asking more questions is exhausting and frustrating to them. But that's your job as a manager. Like, we've made managers' job all about paperwork. No, your job is to train your team, to teach them, to make sure that they're on the right track, to oversee. Like, we've made it all about custcotting and, like, just being a lapdog for the upper management. But it's supposed to be about nurturing and growing your team. Otherwise, what's the point? It's like landlords, managers are pointless. Management is 99% bullshit work. Absolutely. And I've always taken the point that if we could automate your job through a couple of well-placed Excel spreadsheet codes, then we don't need you. Go away. Okay, I need to do my bone cone time because that is the direction that we are heading in with this rant. We need to relax a little bit. We need to have a little bit of downtime. Side is so convenient, so helpful, so helpful. Good. Go read my essay once you've cleared your head. Good. Let's do that. Pausing hyperwork focus for Bridgerton. Excellent. You can spot all my missing full stops. All right, we'll do. We'll pull that up right now. I'm just going to go to the loo quickly. Are you worried doing it in front of the kids? The kids aren't here. The kids are gone. The kids have left the room. They left the house. They have gone to the park. You might have missed that, the sound of the door closing with them going. But no, they have gone. That being said, I don't do it in front of them. No, I never do it in front of them. But they are aware that I do it, yes. I have very open communication with my kids. Very open. Ooh, allergies. Yeah, also that. Children belong outside. All through that. Yes. Just watch me cough for the next 10 minutes. How did you explain that to them? So the same way the same way I describe any of my other medications to my kids. Now, my kid has a my kid has a health condition that he has had since he was in utero, that he has to take medication for 4 times a day. No, 3 times a day. Two different medications 3 times a day. So, yes, please, live. Can you please not cark it? Yes, please, lip. It is a lot better, though. It is a lot better than it was. God almighty. I'm going to have abs of steel after this, though. Fucking hell. Yeah, exactly. It's a medical substance, and so again, once as I said, one of my children has had a medical condition since they were born. They had to start medication 2 days after they were born. Yeah, that or a broken rib. True. True. Um. So yeah, they know that it's mum's smoking medicine. They call it mum's smoking medicine. So they call it mum's smoking medicine, and they know they have to leave the room whenever I want to do it. Go drink some water. I should. I definitely should. So yeah, so I call it mum's smoking medicine, and they know that they have to leave the room whenever I do it. They're not allowed to be in the same room with me when I've done it. They often get annoyed when I make them leave my bedroom because usually I've got my smoking table set up in there, and I'll be in there reading a book or something, and they'll come in for a cuddle, and we'll be sitting there having a cuddle, and then I'll say to them, okay, you need to bugger off. Mum's got to top up her smoking medicine, and they get annoyed at me. They're like, oh, mum, and then they're like, usually they'll open one of the windows so they can come back in sooner. And I'll leave the door, they'll leave the room and they'll shut the door. And I'll have my chuff. And then after a few minutes, after it's sort of my brain's cleared, like, oh gosh, right now, I tell you what, I needed so much today. It's just, but yeah, after my brain's cleared, after I've had a bit of a brain break, here we go. Let's read this. Let's read this essay. All right. So yeah. Excuse me. Come on, open up already, you silly thing. There we go. Yay! Winning. Hello, welcome back, Kellyanne, welcome back. Yeah, so again, I've just been very, very open with them, and they know what it is. They know that it's marijuana. And this is the other thing as well that I say to people, because I was actually thinking about this earlier today. I grew up in a household with a lot of alcohol being consumed. When I was younger. When my brother and my dad are hanging around each other, they consume a lot of alcohol. There's a lot of bourbon and coke being drunk when those two get together. My family were a big drinking family, and that was passed on to my brother. He is a big drinker. My sisters, likewise, that was sort of passed on to them. They're, big drinkers. I never have been. I worked as a bartender for many, many years. I always had access to alcohol, and it just never was really that interesting to me. And I just feel like if my parents had a discussion with me that had been like, this is a thing for me to do occasionally, this isn't a thing, you know what I mean? Like, it was just, I just feel like it's all about the attitude and the way that people make a big deal about this, but don't even think twice about drinking when we have a massive drinking issue in this country, and people, when they get smashed, start a fight. People, when they get stoned, start a band. So what would we rather people doing, Give kids as much age-appropriate info as possible. Information is power. Absolutely. And I think it's also important, particularly because I am using it in the house, that my kids know what it is, that they be aware of it. And I just think it would be irresponsible as a parent to not make them aware of it when it's in the house, and for them to not know what it is. I don't know, that just feels silly to me. That feels like I'm asking for trouble. Does anyone agree? Now I'm going to read this essay. We are going to read this essay. It's going to be great. It's going to be very exciting. So, My favorite thing, I gotta say, my favorite thing is when you make a video being like, oh, bananas, I'm a little crybaby landlord. And then all the landlords in the comment being like, who do you think's gonna rent you a house if you don't have landlords? So fucking funny. So fucking funny. It's gonna be shit, but hopefully it's catch at least a couple of bits. It's not gonna be shit. I'm excited. I reckon it's gonna be wonderful. But no, I definitely think it's really important, and I think that unfortunately, you know, one of the things that I learned at law school was about all of the times that kids were damaged because of lack of information. So, you know, a 16-year-old girl was, and this is where the idea of guilt competence comes from as well, that there are children who are old enough to consent to medical procedures at, you know, like my kids, for example, my child at 10 years of age might be deemed guilt competent to consent to a vaccine that I don't want them to have. So if they wanted to fight for their right to have a vaccination, they could do it on the basis that they are guilt competent. And it's important that we have that. It's important that we give children that autonomy. I get really frustrated with this whole, like, treating children as though we own them. Do you know what I mean? As though they're a possession. As though photographic series being typologies. Okay, yeah. Frustrates the shit out of me. The more info I gave her, the more she'd come back to me for more info. Yeah. Oh, yeah. My daughter always knew that I smoked, and she's not out there trying with other teens her age. No. And that's the thing too. Her friends aren't getting that. No. And that's the thing too, is that I would rather my kids know that they just have to come to me and ask and I'll tell them, rather than have them go looking for the information and experimenting. Because if I say to my kids, like, I know absolutely if I say to my kids, you can't start smoking until you're 25, 26 when your brain stopped developing, because before then there's a risk that you'll have a schizophrenic break. You know, like that's when the risk, before that age, that's when the risk of it tampering with your brain in not great ways is higher. So you're not allowed to touch it before then. My kids are autistic like me. They would hear that information and they'd go, great, no worries. And they'd be sitting there waiting for their first toke on their 25th birthday, like a couple of fucking numpties. But the point is that I know that by giving them that information and by explaining that risk to them, I know my kids well enough to know what they're going to do with that information and how it's going to... Hey, Juzzy, thank you for the head pats. But I also have faith in my children and the fact that they're going to handle that information well, you know? Yeah, we talked about waiting for a developed brain. Exactly the info I gave my daughter. See? And that's the thing, is that well-armed kids can make well-informed decisions. Yep, whereas I was smoking at 14. See, and that's the thing, I wasn't. I was protected by that kind of information. I wasn't protected in the sense that I knew about the risks of the fact that it could happen. Like, you could have a brain break, because it happened to a cousin of mine. So I was aware of that risk, but I wasn't aware that by waiting you could defer that risk. I was just terrified of the substance altogether. And so, yeah, unfortunately... Anyway, we all find ways of coping that aren't necessarily healthy. I turned to cutting and self-harm instead of substance use, because substance use was a big no-no. I would rather, you know, my kids find other healthier ways to cope, but hey, yeah, treat children like a grown-up and expect the fact that they might well fail, but at least they're trying. And also just, like, you give them all of the information, and then you don't expect any better from them than you expect from an adult. Like, you expect, but, like, you also expect adults to fail. We know that adults fail. Like, I can tell, but again, like before, you heard me. I can tell my kids something, and they will react far better than an adult that I could say that same thing to. Like, they will handle what I say to them so much better, because I do have that open communication with them. Like, I respect them, and so they respect me. Like, it's reciprocal. And so often I find with, and It's bizarre to me too, because people say to me all the time, like, oh, you know, you parentify your children. I'm like, I do not parentify them. But when they come in and, like, my kid, for example, comes in and says to me, Mum, will you make me a sandwich? And I'm like, what, make it yourself. You know where the stuff is. Like, go for it. Go make yourself a sandwich. And he's like, oh, I want you to make it. I'm like, no, like, I want to make you a sandwich. Like, And then he wants to come and cuddle on my lap afterwards after he's made himself a sandwich. Absolutely. He can come cuddle and I'll baby him and I'll pat his hair. But I'm not going to, like, at 9 years old, he can make his own bloody sandwich. And it also gives him that feeling of independence and, you know, like my kids, I have them making their own dinner once a week now. It's great. I'm loving it. And then, like, my ex will turn around and say, oh, I came in at 11 a.m. and the kids hadn't even eaten breakfast. I was like, mate, if it was 9 p.m. and they hadn't eaten dinner, you could still look at them and go, why haven't you eaten? Like, yes, it's my responsibility, and yes, I make sure there's food in the house that there is accessible for them. They're able to feed themselves, though. Treated the same way 99% of kids behave better than grown-ups. Absolutely. Treated the same way, kids behave better than 99% of grown-ups. Did you hear that? If you treat kids the same way you do adults, the kids will behave better than 99% of grown-ups. That is 100% the thing. Self-autonomy. Expect them to behave and they'll grow up to sort themselves out. Absolutely. And it's that expecting them to behave as well. Like, I give my kids the information and I expect them to behave. I just expect they're going to. And when they don't for whatever reason, I turn around and go, excuse me? What the fuck? Like, what? Like, I don't even know what to do with that behavior. I don't have a plan for that behavior. That is, like, and I say to my kids, I've outright said it to them. I said it to my son yesterday, the day before, yesterday. Oh, he was losing his shit yesterday. God, now I've got a headache. And I said the words to him, I love you too much to let you behave that way. Because that's what discipline is about. I love you too much to let you behave that way. The way you're behaving right now, the kind of person who behaves that way is the kind of person who has no friends, who has no, like, he was overwhelmed, but he was refusing. I ended up having, and this is the thing that frustrates me too, because it's really difficult to discipline an autistic ADHD child when they're at that point of overwhelm. But, like, he was at that point of overwhelm by midday. So by 5 p.m, he had cracked and I was cracking. Like, the border between their emotional regulation versus their tantrum. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And he'd cracked, and I always refer to it as he's cracked, because I crack. I crack it, he cracks it, we all crack it. Everyone fucking cracks it. So he had cracked, and I was cracking, and I screamed in his face, and then, you know, gave him his comfort and everything, and we closed the loop on that situation, and we came back and reconciled when we'd sort of, like, nipped it in the bud, so to speak. And then I said to him, because I'm still, mind you, like, because I've had to take that time out to now help him regulate, I'm still up here. I still haven't dealt with my emotional needs. I've had to put that on pause while I've dealt with his emotional needs, as I should. Like, you know, he's 8, like, he's 9, he can't wait. I need to get in there and get that sorted. But because I've put my emotional needs on pause, I'm now, like, now you need to leave and go so that I have that time to deal with my emotional needs and unwind the way I need to. But he immediately reads that as rejection, and he starts building up again because he's already past the point of needing a break, of needing a nap, needing time out. He's already past that point. There's nothing we can do at that stage, but I'm trying to get us to a point where at least he's calm. He goes, I get him to his bedroom, and I'm saying to him, no, you got to stay in here, like, you know, that's done. He gets upset at me because he reads as a punishment. I'm trying to explain to him, no, you just need a break, you need a rest, I need a break. It's kind of arcs and anyway, and then he's laying in there, sobbing to himself so quietly. And then I go in there and I give him a bit of a cuddle and I rub his hair and And then he starts telling me what an awful mum I am and how it's the worst day of his life. And so then I'm like, right, I need to go because that's triggering me again now. So I've got to go again because I'm going in there because I'm trying to let him know I'm not rejecting you. This is for your benefit. And this is why community is so important, because it's not just a one-on-one tolerance system. Exactly. Because you can both be at cracking point at the same time. There's not much you can do about it. So then I'm like, again, I have to withdraw myself from that situation again. But I'm constantly trying to reassure him that it's not because I don't love him. So then I withdraw myself from that situation again. And I'm on the couch. And at that point, I'm like, done. Mask off. Needle up. No more. Chuff has been had. Absolutely no more. And so now he's calling out from his room and I'm going, nope, you don't exist. Nope, go to bed. Don't care. Go to sleep. No. I kid you not. By 6 p.m. he was passed out fast asleep and I did not hear from him until 9 a.m. the next morning. The kid needed a sleep but was just not willing to unwind. Was just not willing to do it. Yeah, me and my daughter have an established dialogue about our neurodivergence. It gets easier as they age. Yeah. My kid is a star. Emotional intelligence is key. Hey, Siobhan. Hello. I grew up with hippies, lived in a combi. Yep. And see, look, and that's the thing as well. And you need to start the dialogue early, though. Like, I, in some ways, wish I had started it even earlier. But in saying that, like, it's not at all, like, my kids are not behind in any way, shape, or form. It's that I had to do the work first, right, to be able to understand what it was that I was missing. Unwinding didn't feel like the right thing to do. That's how I process it from what I can remember. Yeah, I felt like unwinding while he was not unwound felt like the wrong thing to do. I felt like I needed to be with him. But I also know that when I get triggered, it triggers him. Like, he takes it very personally when I get triggered. So me being around him when I'm in that state doesn't help him. Oh, when you were a kiddo. Right, okay. That's interesting. Maybe he is experiencing something like that. Maybe I should have a talk to him about that. Maybe he'll have something to discuss with me on that, in fact. If I knew then what I know now, I would have worked on myself so much more. Yeah, rupture and repair is a big part of parenting, eh? Absolutely it is, yeah. And I think, again, because I have done that work on myself, the rupture and repair is it's a very small cycle. But he has now expected that when the repair comes, it also means the consequences go away. So we're dealing with that at the moment now, where I'm like, no, just because we've repaired now doesn't mean the consequences are gone. That consequence, I said no TV for 48 hours, that stands regardless of whether or not you and I have repaired. I love the way you heard someone else's experience. You were like, oh yeah, I should ask him if he relates. Well, because again, like I see my kids as people. Yeah. I see so many people get defensive about these things, but I see you taking that on. And I have made this point before. I was actually going to mention it as well. Because even just a few days ago, my kid went off at me about something. And I had to stop and go, yep, you're right. That's on me. Like, that was a me fuck up. What? I've got a restriction, so I might have to jump off TikTok. I always have to jump off bloody TikTok because of their bloody restrictions. Yeah, but like the other day, my kid says to me, we were in the car. They had been catching the bus home, and I was worried because they missed their stop. So I'm trying to call the emergency phone that I'd given them for the day, and my kid didn't answer the phone. Then my kid answers the phone and goes, what, Mum? Like, I'm busy. And I said, like, what is going on? And he just goes, oh, and he hangs up on me. And in the meantime, I heard him say, no, that's fine. This is my dad's house. So I was like, right, I know where they are. So I got in my car and I drove around to where they got off the bus and I see them. And I get all annoyed. And he gets in the car and I start yelling at him. And then he immediately just turns around and goes off at me. Immediately starts yelling at me, and he goes to me, the phone was for me to call you if we needed you, if there was an emergency. There was no emergency. I had it under control. I knew where we were. I had it all sorted. I had the phone if I needed it. You calling me is why, like, we missed the bus stop because I was talking to the bus driver and the phone kept ringing and he missed the stop. And then he was saying to me, I can go back if you want. And I was saying, no, it's fine because I know where I am. I can just walk back. It's not a problem. I walk between mum and dad's house all the time. But I was overreacting and I was freaking out. And so I'm in the car hearing my 8-year-old have a go at me because I've taken what was me saying to him, I trust you and here's some responsibility, and turned it into, I can't trust you, when he absolutely had it under control. And the reason I let him do it was because I knew that he would have it under control. I knew that he could manage it. I knew, you know what I mean? I should have just bloody well trusted him. So that's the thing. When he called me out on it, I had to be like, yep. Yep. You are correct, child. You are correct. And when I went to my psych and I told my psych I was worried I was a narcissist, she laughed in my face for exactly that reason. Yeah, awesome awareness and communication. It's impossible not to have, I think, when you, again, see your kids as people. Which it sounds like you guys do as well. Which is how I know that we're in the right community with the right friends. Showing accountability to your kids is important. That we're all human and aren't perfect. Yeah, exactly. Hey, well, hello again. Yeah. And when I went into my therapist and I said, I'm worried that I'm a narcissist, she didn't laugh in my face. I shouldn't say that. She very, very respectfully talked it through and explained it all to me, and, you know. But that was one of the things that she said, was that it's quite difficult for people who are genuinely not very confident. So this is the thing. People think that narcissists are very full of themselves because they're very self-confident, very full of their own self-importance. They're not. People who suffer with NPD have very damaged egos, very damaged sense of self. They're very, very, very fragile, which is why they cannot handle any negativity about themselves, because any negativity about themselves could be enough for them to completely shatter. And again, this is why it's a different neurotype and why we need to understand it as a different neurotype rather than demonizing it as much as we do. My daughter's father left when I told him I was pregnant. It's only been me and her for nearly 15 years. Wow. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. That would take a lot of really good communication. Really good communication. I cannot imagine that is a full-on situation. This makes sense. My mum is full narc and can't handle criticism. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. They absolutely cannot. And it comes from a very wounded, damaged place. Like, they're very wounded, hurt people. So when you understand that, it does become a lot easier to understand and empathize with a narcissist, and to be able to see them as people who are just in need of a little bit more understanding. Again, you don't need to take their abuse. And my number one rule when dealing with a narcissist is that they need to be aware that they're a narcissist and be working on themselves. That is my number one rule. As long as you're aware and you admit it and you're working on yourself, I'll engage with you. No problem whatsoever. My ex is and has been diagnosed and is seeking therapy and is getting care. It has changed, absolutely changed our relationship dramatically. Absolutely has. So, like, you know, hats off to him. 10 points for Gryffindor. All of the good things. Yeah, but then my mum says I have no empathy. I'm very confused about it. But then my coach did take some time to explain to me what gaslighting is. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Growing up gaslit is a very surreal experience. Yeah, I grew up gaslit as well. I was gaslit into believing that I was a drama queen and that I was just very dramatic and over the top, which is why I get very annoyed when people say it to me now, rather than acknowledging that the stuff I was talking about was real and was happening, because what was real and what was happening was quite dramatic. But instead I was gaslit and just being believed that I was a dramatic child. That was all. Yeah, exactly. No self-work. Yeah, that's my rule with everyone. No work or self-growth, then we have no relationship. Yep. What makes someone a narcissist beside the obvious big ego? It's actually not a big ego, Rick. That's what we were just talking about. It's actually a very small ego, very wounded ego, which is why they can't take any criticism. Any ego damage would be very detrimental because they've got a very small, very damaged, very wounded ego. So it's very difficult for them to do self-reflection. It's very difficult for them to take criticism on for themselves. Quite often they have to come up with stories to explain things and then very, very slowly approach a subject. They've got to sort of build up a lot of self-confidence first before they can really examine their failings and things. It's one of the things, one of the issues I have is that I'm quite arrogant, and people will often read arrogance as narcissism, but it's quite difficult for people with narcissism to be truly arrogant, which I am. I am truly arrogant in the, again, not in the colloquial way. I am truly arrogant in that way that I have such strong self-belief that my confidence in myself trumps other people who tell me that they're experts and stuff. It's like, I'm truly fucking arrogant. I know this about myself. Don't worry. Yep, I was just a child with behavioral issues. My abuse was missed because every adult in my life. Yeah. And look, I've accepted, there are people in my life I've accepted as is in that sense as well, but there are people in my life that I don't have in my life because of that. And I've got a very strong red flag system when it comes to that now. Like I've just started dating again. Woohoo! And there's been a lot of red flags that I have noticed. So, well, I suppose what I should say is a lot of things that I would not have previously thought of as red flags, I am now thinking of as red flags. And I think part of that is I'm being a little bit oversensitive. I know you're dating. Part of it, I think it is I'm being a bit oversensitive because of my previous experience. I'm just like being hyper aware of it. Like, you know, a guy will message me and he'll be really full on messaging me for a day and then won't talk to me for a week. And I'm like, ew, blocked, love bombing, nah. The guy probably has ADHD, probably just got distracted, don't care. No, love bombing, blocked, don't want it. Like, I'm not willing to risk it anymore. Do you know what I mean? And that is a little bit of an ego defensive thing. But it's also like, I deserve to be protected, you know? It's so much easier to never talk to anyone, T. I know. I had my monthly telephone call to my mate in Sydney today. I only called him because he was in the news for a funny story. We caught up for an hour. It'll be another month before we catch touch base again. They're the best kinds of friendships, though. Me and my bestie are the same. Yeah, what happens is the smallest thing I haven't processed yet, constantly learning where I've missed. Yeah. My brother a few years ago, while talking to me about his kids, realised I was always looking to solve or help situations. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Ed the Progressive! It's Sammy! We got rid of our dodgy username. I miss it. I miss the dodgy username. You're no longer a bigot. What a shock. I refused to date with my child in the house. My mum had a revolving door, left us open to risk. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. No, safety is definitely more important. No, definitely. I never bring anyone home to my house. And the thing is too, like I tell people before we even had the first date, like my house is off the table because I have kids at home with a babysitter. It's a really good way to weed out the guys who are just looking to cheat on their missus as well. Because they'll go, oh, we'll get a hotel. And I'll say, well, why can't we go back to your place? Like, surely your housemates won't be weird about you bringing home a girl. And they're like, oh, well, we'll just get a hotel. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes me think you've got a missus that you're trying to, you know. I'm sorry, we can't accept this new name. It's far too mainstream. It's far too normal, Ed. Hold on, you are single? How? Yeah, I mean, single by choice and on account of the fact that there are definitely offers. But no, yeah, I was married. Had a really great time being married. It was awful. Got cheated on for the entire relationship and finally decided I had enough a year ago now, over a year ago. So yes, dating again does sound exhausting. It is exhausting. I'm exhausted thinking about it. Have you all noticed though, have you all noticed when I did say you can tell when I've been dating because like I'll film a video on my main all made up, all dolled up, and it's like because I've just been on a date or I'm just about to go on a date. It's the only time I wear makeup. It's the only time I can be bothered. Finding fellow commies is hard. I mean, finding fellow commies isn't necessarily the problem. It's I suppose it's just that I really respect my time. I really respect my time, and I really like, okay. I mean, yeah, finding fellow commies is hard, I'm not going to lie. I accidentally went on a date with a racist the other day. God almighty, that was, oh. Okay, story time. Accidentally on a date with a racist the other day. What has been your experience of dating as a mum? Well, first of all, anyone who says that they have a thing for single mums, red flag. Red flag. Red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. And it's hilarious too, because anytime I say that, I'll have a dozen people going, oh yeah, definitely. Like anyone who says that they have a thing for single mums, that's weird. That's gross. That's gross. Like, why do you have a thing for people who, yeah, a mum fetish. Yeah, fuck off, you weasel. Exactly. It's so gross. It's so gross. It just feels ick. It just really it feels ick. Oh. And in Australia, that's nearly all of them. I don't understand it. I have an issue with the men who won't deconstruct their patriarchal mindset. Yeah. And look, I know plenty of men, again, who will do that. Like, okay, there's this really great guy. I'm not going to mention any names. There's this really great guy, like, fucking hottest motherfucker, would bone him 10 out of 10. No problems there. You know, no problem with the patriarchy, all that shit. Decolonize his mind, all that good stuff. Like, tick, 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 boxes being ticked all around the fucking place. Literally outright said he has a thing for single mums. Literally said outright he has a thing for single mums. Like, it's because they think single mums are easy targets. Yeah. Vulnerable and trying to deal with trauma. Absolutely. That's what it feels like. It feels like you're being targeted by someone who's trying to take advantage of your vulnerability. It just... Sorry. Oh, it's such an ick. It's such an ick. I can't. Yeah, the ones who will deconstruct the system to be agreeable because they still think they're getting the one thing. Nice guys. Yeah. What was that one film about the guy dating all the mums? I don't know, but it grosses me out that film exists. That's crazy. Of course it happens, but it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. And honestly, like, try and explain to someone. Ham said they know you'll be available only for the time you're available. Well, this is the thing I think. I think that they expect, and I think that's part of the thing as well with being on here, because you quite often, like, I have had quite a few other creators on this app reach out to me. Quite a few other creators on this app, and I have no problem with that. No problem with it. Like, my DMs are open. Like, that's fine. It doesn't faze me at all. But it's almost like they think because I'm doing this, that means that I'm just, like, available 24/7, or, like, because I'm a single mum doing this, like, I don't have a life, or I don't know. Like, I'm incredibly busy. I don't know if people, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. I said to a friend once I would make the same effort to understand patriarchy to people they aren't interested in. Yeah, exactly. What was the film about the guy dating all the mums? Oh, was it a serial killer film? Oh, God. Was it seriously? And honestly, this is the thing. It is such an ick. It is such an ick. And I can't even, like, I can't even begin to tell you. Like, okay, it's right up there with this guy. All right, so I go out on this date with the guy. We meet out for coffee. I got dropped off to the spot because I was like, kind of figured to myself, if things go badly with the coffee, I'm going to walk around the corner and go out for a drink anyway and see if I get lucky around there. And then I'm not going to want to drive home. I'm going to taxi it home. So I got dropped off in town. Yeah, about a boy. Oh, okay. Nah, it was someone famous, Hugh Grant. About a boy. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, that's so gross. I cannot handle that. I cannot handle that. Story times are brilliant. More, please. Okay. So I got dropped off because I was like, I got dropped off because I thought to myself, you know, if coffee sucks, then I can just go out for a drink around the corner, you know. So nice and easy. Get a taxi home later. It'll be fine. So we met up for coffee. We have a coffee. Things are going well. It's got its own business. Has its own property. Which is like neither here nor there. But it's just like we're learning about each other. We're finding out all this different stuff. I'm like, cool. All the better. He's thinking about moving back up to the city. I'm talking about the fact that I want to move back up to the city one day. You know, things seem great. And then he asks me what I do. And I told him that I'm starting up a not-for-profit, particularly looking at dealing with the housing crisis. Now, he already knows that I deal in public policy around housing and stuff like that, right? He already knows all of that, and he's like, yeah, all for it, yeah, that's all great. So it's while we're at dinner, I'm thinking that he's a leftist, and while we're at dinner, and I say to him, you know, that I'm working on getting this not-for-profit off of the ground, specifically around long-term housing for people. And he says to me, don't you think it would be better just to stop for all the immigrants from coming in? And I say, no, of course I don't think it would be better to stop all the immigrants from coming in. The immigrants are not the problem. Anyone who blames the immigrants doesn't know anything about the problem. I know far too much about the problem to blame the immigrants. The immigrants have got nothing to do with the problem. Then he decides to tell me a really fucking racist joke. It wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough. Do you know what he says then? He says, I'm going to tell you a joke, and it's probably going to offend you. And I said, I'm going to warn you before you tell me that joke that I'm Indigenous. I'm going to warn you before you say this joke that I'm Indigenous. And he proceeds to tell the joke. Do you know what the joke was? I don't even want to tell the joke. He tells a really fucking racist joke. Mother and single are two descriptors, not a conjoined ideal. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Sounds like you know how to choose them. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how I managed to choose them like that. But at that point, we'd gone for a walk. We were walking around town. And so I turned around and just walked away. I just turned around and walked away. And then, like, he tried to call the next day. And I ignored his call. I blocked his call. I can't believe he tried to call. Because we were walking down the road. And I turned around and walked in the opposite direction. And he tried to call the next day. That's exactly why I don't date. Yeah, I know how to choose them all right. Fucking hell. Tell you what. God almighty. Do my head in. He 100% only hears what he hears. Yeah. Yeah, I can't say that you know how to choose them coming because that was the blame on you. And to be fair, I somehow managed to weed out that he was a racist on the first date. Don't know how I didn't do it in the first conversation. But, you know. Yeah, instead of the racist. And oh my God. And the thing is too, the racist joke was specifically about Indigenous people because he said, when he started the joke, I said to him, just going to warn you before you go any further that I'm Indigenous. And he just kept going. And this is why the bear. Well, at least you saved yourself. Yeah, exactly. What a weird dickhead. Absolutely. Weird racist dickhead. Yeah, can't trust who's attracted to me. Absolutely. And that's the thing as well, I think, as autistic people, and there's also this thing as well, like I now, having studied criminology, I also understand that there is this thing, people say, oh, you know, people have just got a victim complex, not realizing that the same way that there are repeat offenders, there are repeat victims. There is a certain typology, there is a certain typology, there is a certain demographic, there is a certain, certain people are going to find themselves being victimized more often than other people. It is a fact of life. And I am one of those people. I have those adverse experiences that mean I am more than likely, which is why now I have my defenses set up to 100. And like I said, this guy who was love bombing me and then ignoring me and then love bombing me and then ignoring me and then love bombing me and then ignoring me, he only did it like twice. And then I went, okay, yeah, fuck off. Like, we're done. Fuck off. Because my radar is now set up to 11, because I've had that really bad experience. And that is how you protect yourself. You protect yourself by literally just being like, I will not broker any bullshit. I will not deal with any dickheads. And it may mean, like, again, single by choice, because I could just settle and accept a dickhead. Lucky I love cats and books and solitude. Abso-fucking-lutely. I have Bridgerton, I have my sewing, I have my cats. And this is why I don't take it personally when people say they would choose the bear over a man. Absolutely. Yep, the consistency is so important. And it doesn't even have to be like, I don't expect you to be consistently messaging me every fucking day, right? But you can't message something, you can't be intensely messaging and then just forget someone. Like, that's fucked up. That's narcissistic behavior, and my alarm bells are going to start ringing. And I don't care how nice a guy you think you are, you're an asshole if you do that. Like, and there are a lot of them. There was this guy who was messaging me going on and on and on about, you know, and he started, okay, so first of all, red flag, he tells me that we're going to get a hotel. I was like, why are we getting a hotel? Interesting, whatever. Then he starts sexting, and then immediately asks when I'm going to be in town where he lives. And I was like, oh, you know, probably around this date. And he was like, okay, well, let me know, you know. And then, like, didn't hear from, like, well, didn't even say let me know. It was just like, didn't hear from him until like a couple of days beforehand. And he was like, so should I book that hotel room? I'm like, what the fuck? Like, do you know what I mean? It's just such an ick thing. I'm like, no, like, to me, you got a missus, something else is going on, or like, yeah. It's called submarining. You talk until you get what you want, then go quiet until the next time. Yeah, no, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I would rather be fucking single. Why are men such assholes? This is why I'm also just like, I've now switched all my dating apps to female only, and it has become a much nicer experience. Yeah, the bear won't make the bear won't make me bathe with them at 3 years old and leave bite marks on my arm. Yeah, that too. That too. That absolutely fucks the shit. Like, that absolutely tortures them both from society and from other men. I know. I get men can be bad, but not every single one of them is. No, absolutely not. But this is the thing. The men who aren't, TJ, are in my comment section right now telling me about the shit that other men are doing. Like, the ones who aren't all bad are over in my comment section going, yeah, it's called submarining. You talk until you get what you want and then go quiet until the next time. Like, they're describing this bullshit behavior. They're calling it out for what it is. Yeah, consistency is so important. Like, these are the men who aren't the bad ones. The ones who are going, yeah, these bad behaviors being taught to men from birth by society and other men. Like, these are the good ones. The good ones aren't telling us that they're good men. They're over here pointing out the bad behavior of the bad ones. You know? They're the ones that you know you can trust, because they're not over here expecting you to trust them. They're over here going, hey, just FYI, they're doing what the girls do. Because when I see the girls aren't over here trying to convince me to trust them. The girls are over here going, hey, like, I will be at the club and some random girl will come up to me and go, hey, that guy who was approaching you on the thing, just so that you know, earlier he was just walking up to random girls and sticking his hand up their skirts. Like, I do not think he's a good guy. And you go, oh my God, thank you so much. Like, that's what the good guys do. The good guys go, oh yeah, this is a tactic guys actually use. Watch out for it. This is a tactic that they'll use. Now, particularly, this is why guys target single mums. Like, this is particularly, and I'm not at all, like, I'm not trying to attack you at all. Like, yeah, no, please, exactly, dumb. Please no, not all men. If you don't think it applies to you, then you shouldn't be offended. Exactly, they're the good men, the men saying the shit like that. And I'm not attacking you at all. I'm just explaining why we don't bother even having that conversation, not all men. Because the men who we don't need to worry about are the ones who are out here calling out that behavior so that we don't even have to, like, again, I'm doing a talk actually on Thursday about dog whistling. It's really, really interesting. I'm doing a talk about dog whistling. And I was just talking about how so often it's the oppressed communities who are expected to do the work of calling out the bad behavior that's being done to them. Because I will get a million messages in my blocked comments that all say the same thing, that I then go, this has to be a dog whistle of some sort, and then I'll go looking for the dog whistle. Whereas for white wadulars, they will only see it once or twice and it won't trigger any alarm bells. They won't think to look out for it. So they're not even aware of it. So it's up to us then to point out the behavior because we're being subjected to the bad behavior. So we have to continually call it out. But that's fucking exhausting. So what we said to men a while ago was, not offended. Yeah. So what we said to men a while ago was rather than saying to us, well, why are you pointing out all of these dog whistles? Why do you keep pointing out these dog whistles? We're not the one making the dog whistles. We're not the one doing the dog whistles. Why do you keep telling us about all these dog whistles? Why do you keep saying, that there's this big problem with dog whistles? Because we're not out here doing dog whistles. It's like, no, but if you could take over the work of being aware of the dog whistles and making other people aware of the dog whistles and like calling out the dog whistles, it would take a massive load off our shoulders and then we wouldn't be so worried about dog whistles all the time. So, it would just be real handy. And it's kind of the same with this sort of shit. Like, submarining, I didn't know that was a thing. Thank you, my friends, my male friends who are helping to dismantle the patriarchy by teaching me new tools that men use to try and manipulate women. Why are men such fucking manipulative fucks? I hate all of them. I've been on 4 dates. I've been on 4 dates with 3 different guys. I've had like 2-3 different text experiences. And every single one I'm just like, I'm getting gayer and gayer by the day. I am becoming more and more homosexual. I am becoming more homosexual by the hour, by the moment. Just heard a lady seeing a convicted child porn user. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Yeah, enjoying the discussion. Absolutely. That's what we want. We always want to have discussion. And I always like the reward system with the alpha male. Yeah. More men need to understand the poison chocolate bowl. We might know we're not a poison chocolate, but we're in the bowl with the ones that are. Yes, Ed. Very good. You're a delicious, wonderful piece of fruit and nut sitting in a bowl of poisoned chocolate. How am I going to pick a piece out of that bowl? Like, how am I going to believe you when you tell me you're not poisoned? Absolutely. And yeah, like, yuck, the fact that some victims are so traumatized that they think that that's how they find out a guy likes them. How did the guys find out this behavior? Yes, absolutely. From such a young age, we tell our girls that when boys are mean to them, it means that they like them. Like, I've had guys treat me so abhorrently, even guys who pretend to be the nicest fucking guys. Honest to God, at this point, I don't want to write all men off because in my heart of hearts, I just have such a soft spot for men. I really do. Like, some of my favorite people are men. I have such a soft spot for the little baby boys. I just love the little baby boys. Okay, not like in a weird way. No, like, okay. I'm just saying I'm not anti-men. I've got such a soft spot for men. But I just can't handle dating them. Yes. Yeah, very lucky. And you know what? Yeah, that is a very good explanation, Ed. All long-term consistent relationships, we don't allow the bad eggs in any way. Yeah. I wish sexuality was a choice because I'd be gay in an instance. Yeah, and this is the thing about being bi, is that I am much more sexually attracted to women than I am men. But emotionally, I feel like men need so much more. I feel like men need so much more emotional. I don't know. I just have this emotional soft spot for the boys. I can't help it. I get so much more emotionally invested in relationship with men. I can't help it. I don't know why. But I really do feel like for my mental health, I just need to stop dating men. Because so far, like I said, I've had we've had the racist, we've had the weird. I'm pretty sure he was cheating on his missus. Do you know what I mean? Like, one guy was racist. One guy I'm pretty sure was cheating on his missus. One guy, I have to tell that story on another story time because I told the story getting ready for our second date. So now I feel like I have to tell the story of how that date went. Well, not how the date went, how the conversation after the date went. Anyway. All the men I know that understand shit fucking categorically hate the majority of men. Yeah. That's the thing. Is that there is almost, and I do feel like a lot of men who I know who've really done a lot of that work of deconstructing the patriarchy, not all of them, obviously. There are a lot of men in this chat who don't in any way, shape or form, but there are a lot that I know who start to identify as non-binary. It's like they really don't want the male label at all. Like they really stop identifying with it, if you know what I mean. The day my coach said, in the way society rewards men, I'm near the bottom of the barrel because I refuse my role. Yeah. And that is unfortunately the problem as well. Like, I often look at my son and I think to myself, he is going to have the kind of life experiences that I would have had if I was born male, because he is just like me but with penis. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see. Because while they try and pretend the patriarchy doesn't exist, they've just gotten better at hiding it. So he will still have the patriarchal. It's why so much connection between transness and autism/ADHD or autism ADHD in men. Yeah, I would 100% believe that. Oh, sorry, missed some questions here. This system is detrimental to men. So sad that we're here still. Absolutely. I think this system is much more detrimental to men in a lot of ways than it is women. Because, and I've said this a lot of times as well, like the system still to this day, because it dismisses women in a lot of ways, and particularly like indigeneity, it dismisses our indigenous women. We, in a lot of ways, get to operate outside the system because they dismiss us as being irrelevant to the system. And so we're allowed to operate outside of it because they like to ignore us. I don't want to distance myself from being a man. I just want men to stop being fucking dog cunts. Okay, fair. Men who talk horribly about women, but they know exactly who they don't want their daughters around. Yeah, 100%. Are more bad men left on the table as we get older, as more good men are off the table? No, I don't think so at all. Making dating for women even harder over time? No, I don't think so at all. No. Because people who are predators, this is something that people don't get, okay? Predators know how to pick their prey. And what I was saying earlier about people being repeat victims, there are people that make good victims. They have certain adverse experiences that make them, for example, misidentify abuse as a love language, for example. This makes them good targets for abusive people. So no, abusive men are more likely to end up in relationships. Unfortunately, good men are more likely to end up in abusive relationships. That is the problem. Yeah. Yeah, it's an issue. The whole world really acts like a bunch of tick cheese bricks. Yeah. I'd like a job that I can stay in for more than 2 years. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it? My sister didn't find a good man until her late 40s. She went through decades of abusive relationships and being voluntarily single. Yeah. And unfortunately, the repeat victimization thing, it's not our fault. Like myself having been a repeat victim, it's not our fault. It is genuinely due to adverse childhood experiences, ACEs. There are a few different childhood experiences, adverse childhood experiences that can affect the way that you build relationships as an adult and the way that you seek, like the way that you what's the word? I think that the men are also protected. Hey, Tim, good to see you again. I think men are also protecting their shame, their behaving in a cloud with reality. We all need a few years of therapy after leaving the education system, if not earlier. Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think that therapy is... I do think that therapy needs to be available freely for everybody. I also do think that it should be... What sort of therapy you do should be widely, freely chosen as well. Because there are people who will refuse to do therapy. So if you want to do equestrian therapy, then fine, but you have to do some kind of therapy. If your therapy is going to be going out and riding a horse, I don't care, but you have anger issues and you need to do something. Tim? Not you, Tim. This is like a different Tim. You'd get on with my sisters there in Perth. Next time I go up there, I'm going to try and, I'll try and connect up. We'll try and connect up. Different kinds of therapy, yes. Yeah, because even if you just think therapy is stupid, you don't want to do it, if we made you leave the city once a week to go and ride a horse, you're definitely not going to have as many, like, what do you call it? What is it called? Road rage incidents, are ya? I've never met anyone who rides a horse who also has road rage. I've never met someone who rides a horse also suffers from road rage. Just saying. I get tattoos and therapy back to back. Yeah, it sounds like the way women usually get a haircut and then therapy. And always wish we'd done it in the opposite order. I did this time because I went and checked myself into the health ward, the mental health ward. I didn't have time to go to the hairdressers first. So my hair survived this particular breakdown because my mum was even surprised when she looked at it. She's like, wow, your hair's gotten long. I was like, I know, I'm mentally well. For the first time in years. Who would have thought? I found I still need to deprogram myself sometimes. I need to remind myself that I know I won't harm women. But they have no fucking clue. So I have to not take generalizations personally. Yeah. And that is difficult too. And I find I can understand that instinct because of the racism that I have to deal with and the way that I feel when I hear those generalizations. I can understand that instinct because I feel it as well. So I can understand that instinct. And we are not, it's a natural instinct when you feel that attack because, again, we do need to protect our ego. If you don't have some ego, you'd off yourself. You wouldn't stick around. Like, ego death is no laughing matter. So that defensive mechanism is natural and it is necessary as well for our mental health and well-being. So don't get rid of it by any sense of I look into Fisk and Stingbat. I'm sorry, I've got this up on here as well. You are correct. It is basically just a couple of You've got one paragraph here that's a single sentence. Actually, yeah. Other than that, it reads really, really well. It took me a while to understand that there was some grammatical errors because it reads really well. Sorry, Kim. I was getting distracted. I'm getting distracted. Shooting your shot is terrifying. Absolutely. Absolutely, shooting your shot is absolutely terrifying. I do not, and I always had this rule with dating that I'll go out with I'll give everyone at least a second shot because I feel like on the first date, everyone's going to fuck up, right? Everyone's going to fuck up on a first date. The racist day, obviously, I changed, is what you're saying, sorry. Introduction needs squashing, is what you're saying. Not squashing so much, just a couple of extra full stops in there. So, sorry, what is this message? I was stuck there for a while. Without ego, we don't know what mouth to put the spoon in. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If everyone makes mistakes on a first date, what ones have you made? Just curious. Oh, I always run off my mount on a first date. Like, I am so... This is the problem people think. People think that this is a persona I put on for TikTok. No. I talk this fast in real life. Unfortunately, I can't turn it off. I try. I do try. I have tried for many, many, many years. I might actually just take up rap so that people stop asking me to try and slow down. And when I think about it, it gets worse. It's really, really difficult to... Breathe, Tamara. Stop... I run my mouth non-stop, first of all. Second of all, every single topic that I talk about on here, I talk about in real life as well. So, for example, I was having a phone conversation with a gentleman the other day, 2 minutes into the phone conversation, and I start talking about why we're locking up children in Banksia Hill, like, and how inhuman it is. Great first date conversation, you know? Again, I kind of felt that wasn't a mistake so much because it just helps to weed out the people who are not worth talking about. Yeah, I overshare. It's like I want to provide a disclaimer. Yeah, disclaimers are important. Oh, ice creams, hey? Kitty's got ice creams at the park. Very cool. Yeah, just need to find the right balance. And look, and I honestly, I like stuff like that. I like funny stories like that. Like, oh my goodness, on your first date, your mum was the one because, you know, we were sat down for all of 3 minutes and she started rambling about human rights. And I was like, Jesus, yes, carve me off a piece of that. Like that, you know what I mean? Awkward first dates, the stuff of great love stories are made of. So I don't mind an awkward first date, and I'm always willing to give a date a second shot. I will say I did go on a second date with a guy who made a joke about killing me and burying me in a bush. On the second date. And that did make me regret agreeing to the second date. I was sort of like, maybe I need to toughen up these restrictions a little bit. Maybe I need to not, because like we were in the car and he pulled up at this like marshy area and said, I could hide your body in there and no one would ever find you. And I went, yeah. That's not a red flag. That's a fucking blaring siren. Yeah. Didn't see that guy again. Funnily enough. I swear, so many acts before thinking, or think and still choose to act. Yeah. And again, I'm ADHD. I understand the ADHD impulse, but at the same time, I just feel like if I have had to go my entire life putting on this mask, you can go an hour putting on a mask and pretending that you didn't think about burying me in the marshes. Like, just pretend you didn't have that intrusive thought while I'm in the car with you. Like, why would you do that? Throat punch for that guy, yeah. I'm surprised he's not buried at that spot to save humanity. Do you know the last time I told that story, I'm pretty sure I got that exact same comment? So, like, I think the last comment was, like, so you buried him in that spot, right? And he never found his way out again. Like, this is what I think people don't get. People go, why are you single? And I'm like, okay, so I went on this date with this one guy who joked about burying me in a marsh. Then I went on this date with this other guy who immediately set off red flags because he had a wife at home, missus at home. And then I was messaging this other guy who, was clearly just using me to jerk off to. And then I went out with this other guy who told really racist jokes. And like I was terrified for my life and had to run in the middle of fucking town. And then I went on this date with this other guy. Oh my God, it was just so weird. Anyway, I'll tell you about it later. It's fine. I've been on 2 dates in the last year and literally I want to just hang with people. I have no interest in the nuance that comes with dating. No. And this is the thing. I've now had 5 different attempts that have all ended with me basically, and every single one Every single one has ended. I don't even care. I think I have used a period correctly. Why is grammar? Yeah, a thing. Fuck the punctuation marks. Yeah, agreed. This is a wild list of guys. It is. It is. If someone tells you who they are, believe them. Absolutely. And every single one of these guys, like, I kid you not, I'm not the kind of person to like ghost. I will straight out tell you it's done and dusted. Like, I will straight out. So this guy was calling me and I ignored his call, the racist. And then I sent him a message and I said, hi, just want to be really, really clear. I won't be taking any more of your calls. I don't really take racism lightly, like racist jokes lightly. And he was like, oh, come on, like, send some other thing. And then I responded, this message cannot reach its destination. Like, that was... I'm like, no, we done. We hardcore done. Like, I do not play ball. And you either get two types of messages from me. You either get the, we will no longer be in contact with each other, thank you very much. Or you get the, hey, I don't see this going anywhere romantically message. Which I'm a little bit quicker to send the I don't see this going anywhere romantically image. Like, as soon as I get the ick from a guy. Like, this guy posted a thing being like, I told you about the guy who posted a thing being like he had a thing for single mums. And I'm immediately like, hey, just FYI, I really don't see this going anywhere. You know, real cool chatting with you, but just romantically, I don't really see us vibing like that. Because it's gross. It's gross. And they seem to think that we don't know as well, you know? Sent from iPhone. Yeah! Sent from iPhone. Have you always been into women and men, or did that change at some point? I have. I was exclusively into women when I was younger, but I was raised in a cult. So I had when I was younger, I had some very close girlfriends. I had some very sapphic type relationships, but we were in a religious cult that did not allow that kind of thing. So it was never going to go anywhere. So I did start dating guys because that's what's expected when you're in a cult. You know, you date men. That's why the patriarchy starts cults, so that women will date them. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm making myself laugh and I'm gonna pee myself. Men start cults so that women will date them. We gotta put that on a shirt, guys. I think I'm so funny. Funny, I'm hilarious. Trust my 8-year-old pipes up from the other room. You are not funny. Oh, okay. Oh, you're the arbiter, are you, young one? Sure. Gosh almighty. Yeah? Think you realise you're exceptional, sad about it. Awesome. Death by laughter. Death from coughing up organs. Hey, usually they're accompanied with each other. She's straight up fucking cackling at this point. I was full on cackling. It's truly the only reason why this shit occurs. Yes. That was such a good distant maniacal. Belle's here. Hey. Got it in the saved for t-shirts list. Yay. All right, I've got some of those on the 15th. So it's all going to be launched on the 15th to help us raise money for Gaza. So all 100% of profits are going to be going to the GoFundMe. Guys, so very, very excited. Very, very excited. Hey, hey, hey. I couldn't help it. I think I'm so funny. I just can't help it. I absolutely can't. Yep. Men start cults so that women will date them. Come on. Come on. That is so good. And we got some bonus content time. You're not. It's okay. Conies. Sassy. Woohoo! New camera arrived without breaking itself in shipping. Winning. Winning, winning, winning. The context behind the laugh, though, made it so much funnier. I think so.
Emma, do you like our bags?
Oh, amazing.
You want one?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you have this one. I'll make another.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Ooh. Fancy. I should check out the nice one I left on your last post. Am I gonna have to block you, Conies? Are you baiting me into blocking you? Are you baiting me into blocking you? I was just saying how I've gotten really good at blocking people. Like the last 6 months of dating has taught me to get real heavy-handed with that block button. Real heavy-handed with it. Yeah, it's a treat. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Great. Service level cackling versus deep 5 cackling really slaps. Yeah. Yeah, that's why that whole Nixism thing started. Yep. Absolutely. Deep dive cackling. And honestly, we've got an ad starting soon as well. And honestly, this is the thing as well. I think when you are in that point of healing, it's just not worth risking it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's really not worth risking it. It's not worth risking your health, your happiness. So that's why I'm just like, nah, deleted, blocked, don't care. My peace is worth so much more. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm done with hearing that I'm too much for people too. Like, if I'm too much, go find less. That's all I got to say. Go find less. This is why I'm still single, yeah. But again, all we need to do is get you guys a bit gay and you wouldn't be single anymore. Come on, commune living. Come on, commune life. I spoke to a ooh, interesting, Jazzy. I spoke to a past person last night and it full stuffed me up. My peace was so good. No. I have one person like that in my life. I've known this person since high school. And yeah, and they are the only person who is able to fuck up my peace like that. Absolutely. I know what you mean. Oh. And it sucks too because you're just like, I'm so much better than you. I've moved on from this shit. Ah. The Narctics, yeah. The last time an ex messaged me, I deleted my entire Facebook. Reasonable. Reasonable and rational. Reasonable and rational. I can understand. Why would you not? I mean, I gotta say, I would too. Like, come on. I'm just gonna, I need to move it forward. I don't know. See, you got me. Absolutely. Oh, we've got an ad starting in a minute. Woo! Bonus content time. So excited. So excited for bonus content time. Yeah, tripping up is okay. It reminds us not to let ourselves fall again. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think the other thing as well is to remember that sometimes you just need a reminder of how well dressed the devil can be, how well disguised. I shouldn't even say the devil. It feels like an insult to Satan. Like, the wolf in sheep's clothing doesn't look like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He looks like a motherfucking sheep. And you need that reminder every now and then. You need the vampire who glitters and smells nice and lures you in to remind you that the wolf in sheep's clothing doesn't look like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He presents like a motherfucking sheep. And yeah, I think that helps us. That helps us protect ourselves from the wolves out there, definitely. And as I said, I will never regret. Like, you might miss out on a great relationship or something, but at the end of the day, I would rather protect my peace than, like, again, ever cry over another fucking guy. And especially, like, I don't know, after walking away from that racist guy the other night, I honestly just felt like I would rather master embroidery. I'm going to start embroidering. That's what I'm going to do instead of dating. All that time I was going to spend dating, guys, you're going to see me embroidering instead. Oh my God, see the Dance with the Devil yet about the 7 million TikTok dance cult? I have been told that I have to watch it. I haven't seen it yet, but I have been told I have to watch it. Are you going to join me out here or what? Dude. My kid and I were just talking about the FU diss track fits into this combo. Yeah. Yeah, embroidery is way better for you cats. Absolutely. I'm thinking about taking up embroidery instead of dating. Yeah.
I was wondering, where did you put the paper?
What paper?
The normal one, not that one, the other one.
No, that area has been too messy. I'm not giving you paper back.
What?
The rule was you're not getting the paper back until you show that you can take care of that area over there.
I did.
No, I have to keep telling you to and threatening to just take the entire area apart. I said you have to maintain it, and once I see that it's being maintained, then I will reintroduce the paper. Dating? No thanks. I'm going to 3D print a rubbish bin. I am going to take up pottery and make ceramic smoking implements for all of my friends instead. I'm going to take up embroidery. I'm going to master a couple of other skills. That's what I'm going to start doing. Instead of... so sad that these things can so easily infiltrate people's lives. It is, absolutely. But I think that's the thing is that it is sad that we have to be so on guard. But it's why I also think that, again, the way that society is developed with us sort of being in community and those relationships developing from friendships or things or from family and community relationships first makes a lot more sense because you get to know people in their community context before you, like, you know, you get to know them who they are in their community context as whole people. Not saying that, you know, and the thing is, it was much more acceptable back then to beat your wife. So in a community context, it was like, well, you know, he only beats me sometimes, so he's one of the good ones. So I'm not saying it was all like, you know, thunder and lightning, what do you call it? It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. That's what I was looking for. Not at all saying that. I'm just saying that in terms of the way that monogamy developed, it didn't develop. Oh, there you are. I was wondering why you hadn't come to join me. Monogamy didn't develop in this system. We didn't start being monogamous in a system where we had to meet a possible significant other through an app on social media. The system developed in communities that were set up in very different ways. So it developed sort of semi-naturally. Yeah. Your eldest will always challenge you. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Absolutely. So sad these things so easily infiltrate people's lives. I know. I could swipe it on Hinge, or I could design a PCB for an ESP32 and create a digital calendar so it's easier to do with my ADHD. Dom! Prioritize yourself, my friend. I love it. I love it. Yeah, the hijacking of our psychological makeup. Absolutely. For sure. I could date or I could work on my health. Absolutely. I could date or I could get into sewing beautiful gowns for charity. I think this is going to be a thing that I do from now on. Guys, so I'm setting up the website. It's going to go live on the 15th, and it's going to have this dress on there. And there are also going to be other items on there. There's going to be other, bits and pieces and things that I've made. And so you might not be able to afford a dress, but you might be able to afford something else, you know? Like a notebook or, I don't know, a sweatband. I don't know. I'll think of something. Gotta go to work. No worries. See you, Belle. Yeah, so that's the thing. I could date or I could sew beautiful gowns for charity. And I think I'm going to start sewing beautiful gowns for charity. Should I start a different TikTok for my sewing content? I feel like maybe I need to start a different TikTok for my sewing content. But then I will never post on my Tomorrow versus the Void account again because this will be all I want to do forever. Are you making me a cup of tea? You were so. You're making me noodles? You were so. You're not going to make you noodles without making me noodles. There's no noodles. I don't. That's what Dad just said. There's no noodles. It doesn't it? Oh my goodness. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I can't even tell you how excited I am, honestly. Sorry, I keep fussing with it. I am supposed to be sewing it after all. I am supposed to be sewing it. Maybe I should start doing that, should I? I have said for the last hour that I was going to. Hour and oh my goodness! Usually I get to an hour in and I'm like, okay, I suppose I should start doing something. It's been 2 hours and 45 minutes. And I'm only just like, okay, maybe I should start doing something. God, I had a lot to say today. I have had a few interesting dating experiences that I was sharing though, wasn't I? I was sharing my wonderful dating experiences, so that's always a lot of fun. There we go. There we go. Like, let it go, but not. There we go. There we go. I'm one with the wind and sky. There we go. There we go. And I'm not afraid to cry. Isn't tone just about getting louder? Once again, if Jojo C was allowed to sing in public, so am I. That's the standard that we're accepting. If that's the standard we're accepting, guys, I'm just saying, you know? Like, that's the standard we're accepting, so. Jojo Siwa. Don't forget what this is all about either, whatever you do. Whatever you do. Now, should I, once again, get onto the sewing of the actual dress? We need leftist karaoke nights. We do. Speaking of Ed the Progressive, we are going to have Ozpol on the 15th of June. We're going to have an Ozpol quiz. Amy Lipstick Sheet is writing up an Ozpol quiz for us. And we are going to... I've got to get Leftist Down Under. I'm going to get Purple Pingers. AJ. Who else? Who else does leftist content on TikTok that we could reach out to? Far out. I gotta get on with it. We've only got like a week left, guys. And I have got a presentation I've got to do on Thursday that I'm writing as well. So don't let me forget that. Rah. Different generations. My first thought of doing that was instead of doing rah. Who have you mentioned? I mentioned Lila RPG. Yep. Lila RPG. Ed the Progressive. Purple Pingers. Leftist Down Under. Rachel McQueen. That's it, isn't it? I can't think of anyone else. Ashian? I don't know who that is, but send me their profile and I'll look her up and I'll reach out. Absolutely. Yep, I've got hopefully we'll get Rachel on board. I think they're the ones I know of. Yeah. They're the ones I know of too. It's kind of hard to exist in this space and not know of the ones, to be honest. You know what I mean? It's hard to exist in this space and not know the ones worth knowing. Yeah. I always look at other people's content as well, and I feel like they're so much more professional than I am. Because obviously I don't see this as being a job. So I just kind of slapdash, do it, stick it out there, whatever. Yeah. But I see that all these other people, they look so much more professional with it. So I feel a little bit like when I reach out to them, I'm like, hey, do you mind? I'm the awkward one who does the really unprofessional content. Yeah, if you get comic content on TikTok, you'll get all 5 of them in Australia. Yeah, all 5 of us. Did you go to your house? You went to your house to get the noodles. You weirdo. My ex-husband has just driven to his place to get noodles because everyone wanted noodles and I didn't have any here. What do you know? No plum pudding though. No plum pudding. I was making a plum pudding last night and I melted it. It was very sad. It was very sad. I melted my plum pudding. I was doing my nails for the TikTok video that I posted that got 200 views. Because it was the most shit video in the world. Like, honestly, I did the voiceover like 6 or 7 times. And one of them was just like, okay, this is shit. I know this is shit. Like, I can't do this. I can't do my nails. Why do I think I could do this? Like, it's just fucking ADHD. I can't do my nails. I can't film myself doing my nails. I certainly can't edit myself having filmed myself doing my nails.
Mummy, we're going to go to Stone's.
Huh?
We're going to go sell fans and cheddar boxes.
No, you're not. You're not.
Why?
You don't walk around the neighbourhood selling fans and chatterboxes?
No, as in standing porch. Like the girls who were selling lemonade.
Okay, don't go no further than the letterbox, alright?
Yeah.
Oh, far out. Well, you're not surviving the noodle apocalypse. Is there any such thing? And also, I can make my own noodles. I got chickens and I got flour. I got eggs and I got flour. I'll make my own noodles, thank you very much. I got a pasta machine too in there. Oh, what about Lee Constable? She's more advocacy than politics, but an absolute legend. Yeah, all right. Yep, okay. I know that there's one content creator I've tried to reach out to before, who's quite big in the union space. Will. I know her through a friend. Like I know her from offline through a friend, and I've tried reaching out before. Hasn't really been too interested. So that's one that I wouldn't necessarily bother with. Will Strack, yeah. She's much more she's very involved in the union space and very much an ironed-on Labor member. So while she might be critical of Labor, she's not really interested in getting involved in anything that's anti-Labor. So that's one that you just kind of like, don't worry about that one, guys. Don't worry about that one. No, and the toilet paper apocalypse didn't work out that well for us lot either. Yep. True. Yeah, that's fair. And I think that's the thing too, is unfortunately, because even when you are a leftist, that is quite a large, wide variety. People often think that if you're to the left of Labor, then you're a leftist, and it's as simple as that. But no, that is a large, wide variety. And anyone who is further right than the Greens, I feel like I can't hold a conversation with. So, yeah, it does make it tricky. I will also say, though, my skin has cleared up so much. My skin has cleared up so much. Ultra leftist. Who's that? Funniest shit I read this week. Will Stracky. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. So she's obviously I know her through the Canes. Labor are not even close to being leftist. Yeah, so being left to them doesn't say much. No. And that's the thing, people assume that they are, which is why I'm kind of just like, There are other, and to be fair, Will is more left-leaning than they realise. I think if they were maybe, I mean, obviously, like, join your union. So the first level, okay, so this is the thing too. So the community tiers, guys, I've got new content going up on the Ko-fi, and I'm also going to have community tiers, and we're going to have a couple of different tiers, and the first one is vote. The second is join your union. The third is going to be like demonstrate, and then like the top level is going to be organize, and it's going to be like, you know, oh, that's hot. I have a table over here, and when I put my empty teacup on it, it reappears magically full of tea again. It's amazing. It's incredible. Where's revolt though? Oh, should that be the top tier? Instead of organize, it's revolt. Or level 5 is revolt. So 4 is organize, 5 is revolt. And each tier is going to be an extra $1. So for like the revolt level tier, it's $5. And the level 5 tier, I will send you a present on your birthday. I'll send you a homemade gift on your birthday. That's that's what you're going to get for the top level tier. If you want to divulge your address, you don't have to divulge your address. And the gift will depend on like how much I know about you. If I know enough about you to make you a... For example, you know, I could make Dom a little stuffed felted rat, and I could make Kim a little miniature desk guillotine for his birthday. You know what I mean? Like I could make personalised gifts if I know enough about the people. Otherwise, I'll make you a notebook. Because I love making notebooks for people. It's my favourite gift. Because it's handmade. It's one of a kind, and everyone needs a good commonplace book. Everyone needs a good commonplace book. The death of good society is the death of the commonplace book. I'm, of course, being so facetious. Please don't take me seriously. God almighty, people are going to clip me out of context. Aye. I'd divulge my address. I'm pretty sure if you tried to attack me, I could take ya. I have no doubt. Tom, I have no doubt. I have no desire to take anyone, so it's okay. Who doesn't like a gift? See? Who doesn't like a gift? That's what I reckon. That's what I reckon. So, and I think as well, like by referring to those community tiers that way, like level 1 being voting, I think really helps to hammer home to people how voting is like the nothing burger of democracy. I don't know. Is that just me? But level 1, it's going to get you early access to stuff. Level 2 is going to get you exclusive access to stuff. And then like so on and so forth. And of course, every higher level, you will also get access to the stuff that came before. So, and I'm working out tiers for people because I didn't realize until recently, but there are people who are regularly, like every month, they're signed up already to give me $5 a month because I've set the amount at $1. It's just so that you can get access to the Discord. And then most people just cancel it after they've got access. So like, by the way, like when I get the message that tells me that you've cancelled your subscription, I don't, like, I check the Discord to make sure you haven't lost Discord access, but that's the only thing it triggers in me. Like, don't think that I get triggered if anyone cancels their Ko-fi membership. I'm not worried about that shit, don't worry. But there are people who are willingly signed up to give me X amount of money every month. And so I just figured, well, if I make tiers for the people who who want to give whatever amount, then at least I feel like I'm doing something for that money, if that makes sense. There's a benefit. Sorry. Was like, who doesn't want I was like, who the fuck doesn't want a mini desk guillotine? I honestly, Kim, I've got to be honest with you. I was thinking about it the other day because I was like, I need to do something for the people who sign up to do $5 plus. But, like, I don't know what I could do because I can't, there's no way I'm saying, like, every month you're going to get X, Y, or Z. I can't sign up to do everything every month. But I could definitely send, like, 4 people a yearly gift, Christmas present for the 4 people who signed up to give me $5 a month. The only risk is, now that I'm making people birthday presents and Christmas gifts, we might have more people signing up for the $5 tier. That's the only downside. Now that the offer's out there, I might find myself needing to make a few more gifts. Yeah, doing shit monthly is too much. Oh, how much is grammar checking all my future written work on very short order? That is just friend tax. That's just part of friend tax, and I am doing it. It's still here on the screen. I haven't forgotten it. My book turned up after all. What the fuck? Oh, what luck. What luck. Amazing. Yes. Yeah, it piqued my interest. See? That's the problem. Now I'm going to have more people signing up to the $5 tier, and I'm going to have to get real creative. Tim, I'm going to make you a little fence. No, actually, that would be terrible. No, ceramic implements for all my friends. I thought that they'd lose it or cancel it or some shit. Yeah. Winner, chicken dinner. Winner, chicken dinner. Oh, a man has been charged. Oh, good. Excellent. Excellent. I need to turn off the news alerts on my phone. I don't need to know what's going on in the world that much. Like, I don't need to know. And the thing is, too, this is what always gets me with this stuff. It's always this awful stuff that happens. But what I don't understand is it's always the people in your life who are closest to you who are going to do it to you. And yet when this shit happens, we're all like, more policing. What? Like, this person who did this, they knew each other. What are you talking about? What? Sorry. The news. Ignore it. Don't listen to the news, ever. I don't have a news app on my phone. I don't need that much access to the news. Yeah, I shouldn't. I really need to get rid of it. When I was younger, I wasn't allowed to have access to the news because that is what triggered my anxiety when I was a kid. When I was really little, when I was like my kid's age, watching the news. I don't let my kids watch the news for that reason. I'm just like, no, you can live in ignorant bliss for a few more years, why don't ya? You also really suit the colour green. Thank you very much. Yes, it's one of the reasons why I wear it so often. Haha, fence. Yeah, see? I like to try and think about these things. But yeah, I reckon a little gift, something like that, you know, maybe we'll see how we go. Depends on international postage as well, because I'm regional. So that's the thing I gotta remember. International postage is a bitch. Bitch. Oh, especially MSN. Yeah, that'll ruin you in many different ways. Yep. No. Avoid any of... ABC is the only news app I have on my phone. And I have the alerts turned on mainly because of the area that I live in. We live in a high fire danger area. And this time of year, because we're getting a lot of thunderstorms with high winds, we're at high risk of having a fire get set and then spread quite rapidly. So I've got the alerts on my phone in case they're like, you know, a fire up the road in the river is burning out of control. I know I've got to pack the bags and get the kids out. So I need to have the app on my phone. But maybe I could just tell it that I only want to hear about weather alerts. Oh, MSM as in mainstream media. Sorry, I read MSM as MSN. Sorry. Do they not have an emergency app in the West? I don't know. ABC is how I usually find out that I need to move for fire. That or the weather app, yeah?
I'm sure there is the fire ones. But...
I was paying for the Carrot weather app for a while because, like, I wasn't getting access to ABC reliably. But yeah, usually it's just going on to the ABC alerts is how we get it. Oh. Wow. Over here we have Vic Emergency. Wow. That is amazing. I do wish we had something like that. No, we have just like local text messages. Like quite often we'll just get a random text message letting us know that some old guy's lost wandering around town. Please keep an eye out for him. We get that. We get little text messages letting us know that the local old wanderer is loose. But other than that, nah. I don't know about any kind of notification system. No. Even actually covers the border, God forbid. Wow. There you go. Not that we want you to stop talking.
What do you think, buddy? What do you think?
There you go. Well, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Oh, noodles are coming. I can smell them.
Do you think I would just make lunch and just leave that without
Far out. These kids. I tell you what, I love public holidays. So good. These kids are just, oh. They're having a good time. They're having a very good time. Now, where are we? Here we go. Hey! That's pretty handy. And to be honest, we should have something like that on a national level. ABC, I guess, has always provided that service. We have the emergency broadcast system in Queensland and WA, I'm pretty sure. I know in WA at least, like ABC is most people's idea of what our emergency news would come from. There you go. I have an ad in 1 minute, so I am going to bone cone in just a moment. Bonus content. What public holiday is here? WA Day. WA Day. The day that the state became WA. It's called Foundation Day. also known as WA Day. I don't know, has it? No. It's WA Day. I can't even believe I have to...
Oh, it's Reconciliation Day the other day, wasn't it?
Reconciliation Week, yeah. Far out. So bullshit holiday day. Yeah, exactly. It's about halfway through the year, and we need another public holiday because people are getting real sick of this whole working bullshit. And it's still too far away from Christmas, and people aren't enjoying it. So it's one of those. It's one of those. Quick, let's come up with a day so people can stay home. Here next Monday is also a holiday, the Monarch's birthday. Yeah. Yep, I do remember when I lived over there that my friend used to joke that we were queens because we were June babies, and June babies because we shared our birthday with the Queen, and I was like, no, it's WA Day. Like, yes, there's a public holiday in June, but it's WA Day. Monarch's birthday is in May. What are you talking about? Oh, ads are over. No, it says ads are starting. Now it's the King's birthday, yeah. Because the Queen went and carked it. Ads are just starting, it says. Hey, I really badly want to add... Oh, yeah. Add away. Here's what I want to know. Can someone please explain to me? I am all for having a day off. Like, do not worry about having the day off at all. But why does it have to be for his birthday? Like, why does it have to be for his birthday? Because even religiously, we never used to celebrate the birthday because the day of one's death was better than the day of one's birth. So traditionally, the birthday wasn't the day that was celebrated. So it just really, it puzzles me why this family that's all about tradition, and it's all about, like, the reason we still have to keep them is because of the bloody, what it means traditionally and blah, 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 blah. Oh, you get 1 minute, get on with it. Ah, got 47 seconds left, quick. Forgot what I was saying now. Yeah, King's birthday. Why does it have to be about his birth? Don't get that. Don't understand that. As I said, only because it doesn't make sense with their whole mythology. You know what I mean? Because King George II was a narcissist, I guess. Yeah. That makes sense. Hang on. What? 1 sec. I can't even see straight now. Oh my god, I think I'm inhaler. Hey yo! So it's like 3 monarchs ago that it actually lined up. So right, yeah. So one monarch was a big narcissist who wanted everyone to celebrate their birthday. I get ya. Sorry. Because they literally teach. It's like their whole history teaches. capitalism, the crown, like all of it, spread at the same time, colonization, that whole shtick. It teaches the whole shebang of them. It's like the day of one's death is better than the day of one's birth. A fine name is better than good oil. Like, no, you're fine. You're fine. I was trying to make it so that you could put your plate there too if you wanted. See what I mean? I get off the phone and I can hear Joe breathing. Sorry. I started having a bit of an asthmatic reaction, and I could tell it was. Because I could feel in the lung where my lung was seizing up, and I was like, oh gosh, that's not good. That's not a normal reaction. That's not what I usually have. 3 months ago was George the 6th. All right. So 7 months ago, how many? Like always, it's part of the void experience. Absolutely, part of the void experience. It's the allergy of the thing. I gotta type that in there now. Where are we? 11 or 12. There you go. It was the 1700s. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Because it was like, yeah. So it's interesting when you read, so there's 2 books that I've sort of been reading at the moment, Inventing the Individual and The Poverty of Our Freedom. And both of them are really fascinating as they look at the progression, like, of what we call modern society and how it developed. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Speaking of book club. Oof, excuse me. Book club. We haven't had book club in a very long time. Aussie Bro Scott was just on. I find that whole thing very odd. I don't even know what that means. None of those words make any sense to me that you've used there. I do apologize. It's the freedom I feel when I slowly struggle to feed, clothe, and house myself. Yeah, that's the freedom of capitalism. The freedom of struggling to survive day by day. What amazing freedom. Yep, the poverty of our freedom. Isn't it great? So good. So good. I want those books down from there. That's alright, I'll get them down later. I don't have to go and get the kids today, but I am still going to log off probably at 2, just because it's a lovely sunny day out there, and I actually want to go grab my book and go read outside right now, and I'm struggling not to. My attention has waned from this. My attention, you're better off not knowing, I assure you. Excellent. I will remain ignorant then. Thank you. I will heed your warning. I have no problem. I will not go looking. Thank you very much. Yeah. Poverty of our freedom. How would you describe freedom? And also, which country are you from? Hey, I am from Australia. And The Poverty of Our Freedom is a book that is written by Alex Honneth, who is an American philosopher and economist. And he's specifically talking about our ideas of individualism and how individualism robs us of community. It frees us because we can all be individuals and we're all free as individuals, but it robs us of community. And so we are impoverished because of the lack of community that we don't have. We lose that community as a result of the push towards individualism that is driven by capitalism. So that's what the essays are about. And I very much agree. Alex Honneth, Honneth. That's not his real name. That's his pen name. But I give you that name because that's the name that he's published under. So if you're looking for his published work and not like his doctoral thesis, then you need to look under Honneth. Yeah. Enjoy the sunshine at 2 p.m. West Australian Standard Time. Yes, Tar found it. Oh, Kim, of course, you've had to add it to the book list, don't you? Look at that. Can you see that there? Is it bad? Red? Why? It's just very irritating. Very irritating. The life skill of living and being happy with less will be highly sought. Yeah, absolutely. And I do think it's frustrating that we are going to have to get used to a lower standard of living particularly in places like in Australia. People really have this assumption that their standard of living is the norm and should remain the norm. And it's like, no, this is not sustainable. This is not sustainable. We are going to have to take a massive step back in our standard of living in order for it to be sustainable long term. And we just have to get used to that. Like people throwing their arms up and having a tantrum. They don't want to move to solar. They don't want to move to wind because it's going to make power less reliable. It's like, okay, that's the new normal. Power is now less reliable. That's the world we now live in because we don't want the planet to die. So, fuck it. Power is now not something we necessarily have 24/7. So fucking what? Are you kidding me? Like, this is the argument we're having? Really? Oh, I don't want the planet to die, but I also want to be able to log on to Netflix at 2 a.m. if I want to. Like, no. Take up a hobby if you can't sleep at 2 a.m. One that doesn't require electricity. I'm sorry. But yeah, like, we have to accept that we're not going to have as good a standard of living in order to be able to maintain a living. My little town has so many power outs. The grid isn't made for the tourists. Yes. Kellyanne, we might live in the same town because I swear we lose power, 3 times a week? Yeah, thereabouts. And the internet more frequently than that. I'm constantly checking to make sure the internet hasn't just dropped out on me randomly. Yeah, but the council pumps the tourists. Yep. Our town swells from like 20,000 people to 200,000 people. It's ridiculous. Friction doesn't need a video now. So we've got half an hour to talk about housing first. Amazing. I would say it depends on the system. Capitalism in its final phase is bad for society, but there is a possibility of social laws. This is actually implemented very well in my country. No, because capitalism relies on the greed motive. It relies on people's worst motivations. It relies on our most inhuman motivations for its outcome. We could make a system that relies on people's best parts. And as we said earlier with the way that we discipline kids, you expect them to act a certain way and they do. Start by teaching our kids before they enter the workforce that they are entering the workforce in order to be of service to their community first and foremost. Teach them with that ethos, and then it doesn't fucking matter. Like, capitalism is the ethos of capitalism is the profit motive. Yeah, your dying is not my concern. Exactly. Alex, yeah. You've been awarded the Scholarship of the Void book list. Well done. Create a life you don't need to vacation from. Exactly. Create a life you don't need to vacation from. That's mine at the moment, but unfortunately, it's not sustainable long term. Our rentals are drying up due to Airbnbs. Yeah, we don't have any anymore thanks to Airbnbs. Yep. Yes, can't provide housing for the workers to support hospitality jobs. There are no houses. And I keep trying to explain this to people why Airbnb is actually bad for tourism. And people are just like, oh my God, like complaining. I'm just like, we can't get people to work at the pub. Oh. We can't get people to work at the pub because they don't pay enough to cover the rent. The pub doesn't pay enough to cover the rent in town. So we can't get anyone to work at the pub. So the pub can't open on a Friday night during high season. But we've got plenty of Airbnbs. As long as all you want to do is go and enjoy the natural scenery and go hiking. Yep. My mum has 2 families on her property during the lack of housing, living in caravans. Yeah, we've got the same. And winter is coming. Yep, it's getting worse. Said by a capitalist. Yeah, 30 days of vacation per year, parental leave for 1 year, protection against dismissal for trainees, high minimum wage, and so on. Okay, you're from Germany. Yep, okay. But your wonderful standard of living relies on the global south and their poor standard of living. There is always a subclass of human in any sort of capitalist system, even a socialist capitalist hybrid system. There is still a subclass of human that are not enjoying the same benefits. We all have to accept that our standard of living has to regress. We just have to accept it. It's just in order for everyone to have the basics that they need, okay, we cannot have people like flying around in fucking jets 24/7. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I also think wages shouldn't exist. Like, yes, wages should be based on compensation for time, but also wages shouldn't exist. You know, each according to their ability, each according to their need. We should be able to, like, wages just shouldn't exist. Absolutely not. Universal basic services. Everything that you need should be provided for you. And, yeah, if there's something that you want to do, something extra that you know, you can find a way within the system as well to get that. Ooh. Like, for God's sake, remember a few years ago when there were all those videos going viral of the guy being like, I traded all the way from a paperclip to a fucking house? I can't believe people watched any of that content, because that content was going mad viral. I can't believe people watched any of that content and then said, oh, we can't have a society without money. Mate, people were making viral content on the idea of not needing money to get real big shit like a fucking house. Are you kidding? I know in my heart that communism is actually not reachable, so we have to look for something in the middle. Again, communism is a process, and we are in the process of heading towards communism. And we are in the process of heading towards utopia. Right? Look at things like Star Trek. Okay, we imagine a future utopia for ourselves. Capitalism will take us to the expanse, but communism, if it's allowed to take over, will lead us towards Star Trek. They're the futures that we're kind of looking at. Star Trek is what I'm looking for. Exactly. And I think the thing is, especially when I've been reading a lot of theory lately that's been talking about autism as the next advancement in human development, and about how in times gone by, autistic people would almost, like, people say that autism's become a lot more prolific, but it really is just that autism in different classes would be treated very differently. So autism in the working class, for example, you know, you're given tasks that are suitable for you based on your abilities. And in the upper classes, you develop a certain interest for a particular hobby or skill that you're being taught. And so you become hyper fixated on that because you're given a lot of access to that thing and you're rewarded for doing well in that thing. And so that's where you get like the ingenues and that in history that we hear about. These are just theories, obviously, like we can't diagnose people historically in any sense of the word. But I've just been hearing people talking a lot more about how it's always been these people who think differently and we would almost think of as being autistic, who've been the ones who've changed perspectives, who've shifted perspectives. So in art, with like the likes of Pablo Picasso, with music and the likes of Mozart, each along the time, you know, with science and Isaac Newton, people whose behaviour might identify them as being neurodivergent have been the ones who have been pivotal in making changes that have changed society. We now have a situation where people who are neurodivergent are able to en masse communicate and organise in a way that we have not been able to do before in human history. And it's very interesting to think about what will come out of that. But I definitely I do think that there is yeah, I definitely think there's hope there. I think there is definitely hope there. So what is it about it that you think that won't work? Yeah, that's a good... Yeah, autism isn't the next weird. Yeah, non-autism people are broke weird, not humans. Yeah, no. I more mean that we have an ability to be able to communicate and join together and use our autism in a group setting, in a context, in a way we never have before. Because also, social engagement is so much easier for us now. Because I can just turn off my phone and go, okay, I'm done now, bye, and hang up, and I'm done with this party. But while I want the party to go on, there's a great party happening. Like, you know what I mean? So social interaction is also easier for us nowadays than it ever has been before. Like, there's so many more doors open to us than the previous have been. Oh, goodness me, there's an argument going on in the comments. I love it. Let me just eat my noodles and my popcorn. Yeah, discomfort can't unalive you. Exactly. Yeah, but lack of housing can. I'm okay with those who have lived comfortably sharing the burden of discomfort. It's disproportionate. Exactly. Neurodivergents are here to change the world, but slammed with trauma, making it hard to contribute. We're healing and it will change, and we are. Now we're healing in a much better way. We're identifying that we're not the problem. It's interesting because when people want to bring up the GDR, they also want to ignore the first communist revolution that happened in Germany before the First World War, that was actively squashed from within by capitalists selling out the movement because it was becoming too powerful. But communism, on the sense of collective voting on economic issues, collective voting on economic issues existed in Germany prior to World War One. And one of the reasons that it died was because of the First World War. Yeah, also raising the next generation of neurodivergents to not have that trauma. And to raise them to be okay with admitting that they might need help, which is something that we were kind of forced to burn out and struggle. I always find it interesting. I really always find it interesting when people point to all of the times that communist regimes that have been democratically elected have failed. And it always lines up with the time a CIA did a coup in a place, or when there was some kind of interference. So in particular, there was a lot of interference from the monarchs of the day because they recognized that the communism that was springing out of the workers' rights out of the late 1800s, the workers' rights movement was a real threat to the monarchists. And so they started this whole movement against them, and it was actually one of the participating factors that led to World War One. Was this pushback against workers' rights that was springing up in some places, Russia and Germany in particular, because when it happened in Russia, they were like, it's not real until it happens in Germany. And then when it happened in Germany, they were like, yep, now it's real and now it's going to go worldwide. And that was like a big threat, big warning sign. So the problem isn't that we don't want communism. The problem is that those in power continue... Those without the power get squeamish at the thought of using violence, and those with the power are not. Those without power are squeamish at the idea of using violence, and those with the power have no such qualms. And that is why capitalism keeps returning. And you can quote me on that. You can quote me on that. Yeah, it failed, aka the CIA ruined it. Exactly, Dom. When we decide on an economic structure, we factor in the poor. However, the poor has never shown that for the economy to thrive. A percentage of people need to remain in hardship to make up the numbers. Yep. And yet at the same time, the economy, when the economy starts to stagnate and die like it is at the moment, it's because the disparity is getting too wide between those two groups. And we can't take anything else from them. Because we're taking all of the profit from them in the form of basic necessities like bread and milk. So now only a few companies are able to take all of our money because, you know, I keep seeing all these think pieces having a go at people for not going to the movies anymore. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? We all had to cancel our streaming services. What are you talking about? Like, the solution we came up with to not have to pay for all the movies, we all had to cancel those because we can't afford them anymore. And you're all having a go at us because Hollywood's dying because no one's going to the movies. Like, I mean, look at what capitalism did to both Koreas. Yeah, no one can afford the circus. AKA all the genocides perpetrated by the CIA. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, great people. Awesome people. Oh, this is why I get distracted too, because I get all caught up in what I'm talking about, and then I like, have to put it out of my brain because I'm like, quick, read the comments. They say communism is not viable. I do believe the wealthy share their wealth amongst each other to keep their statuses erect. The wealthy rely on eking into each other's profit margins more than sharing wealth. So, for example, the wealthy will quite often, like, you know, eat at my restaurant for free, wear my designer label for free. The poor people are buying my apparel, so, and more of them are going to see you wearing it, and more of them are going to eat here if you eat here. So I'll give to you from my profit margins, because the poors will reimburse us both. That's the philosophy of the rich more than anything else, I think. And it's a tax write-off too. Promotional materials. I gave my friend a personalised emblazered sweater because my friend is Beyonce and she's gonna wear it at a world tour. So it's a tax write-off because my friend is Beyonce. And all of her friends bought millions of my sweater, so it more than paid for itself. And I sell them for $1,000 a pop. So she got a free $1,000 sweater, and I sold $1 million $1,000 sweaters. Sounds like the ramblings of a Demso, yeah. The difference between us and the people in Chile is the ideology. What? We grow up with capitalism, the people fear the new. My take is to say we should work with capitalism and destroy it from the inner. This is the thing that frustrates me with people who say shit like this. You are so ignorant of the systems that operate within the same world that you live in. Because I guarantee you, there is a whole lot of people. If you live in a lower socioeconomic area, there is a whole economy that operates outside of the capitalist economy. The mate, I'll get you back economy. In Australia, we have the beer economy. Like, in every society, there is an economy. We had the government trying to crack down about 20 years ago. They wanted tradesmen, because a lot of tradies around here, what they'll do is they'll come around to your house and they'll be like, yeah, I'll help you patch up your ceiling if you buy us a case of Jim Beam. And you go, yeah, right, no worries. I'll buy you a case of Coronas. If you patch up my ceiling. So you get together with your mate, you patch up the ceiling, you buy him a case of Coronas. Awesome, well done. The government were trying to get you to estimate how much that work would charge normally to try and then get you to pay tax on it because they weren't getting their tax out of the deal. Like these economies, we call it the black market, we call it the mates economy, call it the beer economy. You know, cash is king. Yeah, we use cash as that sort of trade, but like amongst friends, you know what I mean? Like my friend my friend's driving down from Perth to come and help me do some work in my house because I've driven up there a few times, and I drove up there and helped him put bats in his ceiling, so he's going to drive down here and help me repair my back fence. Like, that exists. That already happens. That already happens. And you've probably experienced it too. So the idea that we need any kind of like capitalist system is pure ignorance, because we already in a lot of ways operate without one. You really just need to be a little bit more open-minded. Yeah, it's an alternate way of sharing. Yes, exactly. Yep. And no, to throw a frog in boiling water and it would jump out, put it in lukewarm water and it'll cook very slowly for hours and it won't notice how it's dying. That actually doesn't happen to frogs. That only happens to humans. Only humans are that stupid. Frogs can sit in water, and when it gets to a certain temperature, they go, no, this isn't comfortable anymore, and they get out. Only humans are so stupid that they will sit in the water until it boils them alive. Only humans will sit on the planet that's boiling them alive and say, this is fine. So that's why that analogy, I love that analogy so much, because it actually proves the counterpoint. I got an article sent me, how am I ever going to get this shit edited up and done? So if I help you recover your YouTube password, I need to... Yeah, exactly. I need to work out how much that voluntary assistance is taxable. Yeah, exactly. That is what they were trying to do. It didn't work. It absolutely didn't work. But yes, that is absolutely what they were trying to do. So for example, like a couple of years ago, I helped Emery with an issue with the courts to do with their tenancy back then. And if, again, I work in this space, I work in the tenancy advocacy space, so I would be expected to work out what the tax would be on my income for the time that I spent doing that, and then reimburse the government the tax that they missed out on. Not all humans, yeah. Yeah. But see, this is the thing I get frustrated by, because in my estimate, you are a right winger. I mean, not you, but like a lot of liberals are. I feel like a lot of liberals do tend to actually be right wingers. So this is why I find it difficult when they say, "Can we all agree we're against right wingers?" Because I'm like, but in a lot of ways, you are a right winger. Like, you know what I mean? Like, do you agree that everyone should get a house regardless of whether they've earned it or not? Libertarian is across the left to right x-axis. Liberals are centrist at best. When I invite a friend over for coffee and we talk about work, we would have to work out and price that coffee in my living room as work time. According to... Oh, I got that ready to go. Oh. Woo. Yeah, I do think that everyone should have access to universal basic services. Everyone, full stop. No returns, do not pass go. Like, one of the things that always frustrated me with there's a creator who made a TikTok last year, the year before, I can't remember which. And she said, no, if we're going to provide Medicare, like feminization, facial feminization surgery for trans women, then I want to have breast implants and I want to have lipo done. And I literally responded. And I was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Because as a woman who has given birth to children, Medicare will cover my breast lift and will cover part of my tummy tuck. So yeah, like I think absolutely you should have access to that. Yep, I don't think that there's any problem with that. I think that recognizing that just as a mental health thing, sometimes sometimes external bodily surgery can be beneficial for mental health reasons, and then that should be an option that is offered. Yep. 100%. You are not going to find me disagreeing. If and same thing with like, you know, people's mortgages or student debt. People say, "Oh, what? I paid off my student debt, or I paid off my mortgage, and now what? We're just going to give everybody else a free house." You sound like, I'm sorry, I had to beat cancer and now we've gone and found a cure. Like, that's not fair. We should make them have to beat cancer as well. Thanks, Porch Monkey. I will. It's my allergies from my allergy medication. My allergy medication gives me allergies. Is that not how allergy medication is supposed to work? I apologize. I've just come back. Are you considering getting cosmetic surgery? No. No, I'm not considering getting cosmetic surgery. I was just saying that a woman found out that trans women were being offered facial feminization surgery on Medicare as a part of their healthcare. And she was getting angry on there. And she was going, well, if they get facial feminization surgery, I want a tummy tuck and I want a nose job. And I was like, okay, yeah, as a person who's had kids, I know that I can get access to a boob job and a tummy tuck because those have been deemed necessary, but why stop there? Like, why isn't a tummy tuck only necessarily after I've had kids? Like, if you want one, absolutely you should get one. Like, it should be an option for people as part of their healthcare plan. Sure. Like, you just sound like that person right now who's like, I had to beat cancer, so why do you get the cure now that they found a cure? Like, are you kidding me? What? No. When did I say you were right wing? I think I'm saying they're right wing. That's me. I can't help it. I'm very antagonistic. I'm for unconditional basic income. No, not basic income, because basic income, again, anytime we throw money, anytime the government gives you money for your energy bill or gives you money for like rent assistance, all they are doing is propping up the profits of that industry. No universal basic income, universal basic services. And again, they don't have to be provided by the government. They have to be funded by the government. Fully funded universal basic services, the same way we already do have for so many things. Unfortunately, we are losing our healthcare system very quickly in this country. We don't seem to have noticed. No, okay. I don't think those are right-wing positions, Zovac. But I think the idea that we can have those things under capitalism is maybe, what's the word? What's it called? Cognitive dissonance. There might be some cognitive dissonance going on there to think that we can achieve those things in a capitalist system. Like, thinking that we deserve those things and then thinking those things are okay under capitalism, there's some cognitive dissonance. Or is it painted as bad? So, as bad things done, leftists feel more. Look, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say, unfortunately, a lot of the time with right-wing ideology, and I'm going to say that, like, for example, economically conservative people who are economically conservative will say things like, we need to support businesses because businesses provide jobs. Okay, get rid of the middleman, stop giving businesses tax write-off that cost in the billions of dollars, and start giving that money directly to the families who need it. Stop giving the money to companies because we need companies, and instead give the money directly to the families who need it, and watch how the companies are still here because we still have things they want, i.e. our iron ore, our uranium, our whatever else they're fucking digging up out of the ground at the moment. They've got nickel being dug up in Kwinana, like, so, you know, they are left positions. Most of my positions are left, so I'm definitely less. There's no left and right and nothing between. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, exactly. There's no right you'd have any of that under capitalism. Yeah, you can't be you can't want those things and also advocate for capitalism. Like, and again, anyone who's like asks for bit by bit or incrementalism, anyone who asks for incrementalism hasn't been paying attention, because incrementalism gets us sliding backwards, and that's where we've been headed. We've been sliding backwards. Hey, rough end, losing our healthcare system. Are we though? Is this an area that you're an expert in now? Unfortunately, like most things, they do there's a lot of correlation there. So yeah, I have unfortunately, alongside trying to find food alternatives for elderly people who can't afford to eat regularly, I'm also having to find alternatives because the doctors can write prescriptions for Sustagen for our starving elderly. But getting in to see them to get a prescription is very, very difficult and very, very costly because of the way that our Medicare system has been eroded. So yeah, unfortunately, and I have to quite often apply for NDIS for people, and I quite often have to go through the process of trying to get NDIS coverage and find people who there's very long, like 6 to 10 month wait lists for basic NDIS services. And we're talking about people who are being left alone in their apartments with no support, no one to come in and check on them in the meantime while they're waiting for services. So yes, our healthcare system has greatly been eroded, unfortunately. Just because I'm a passenger on a plane doesn't make me a pilot. No, but if you're a passenger on a plane and you see the wing on fire, you're clever enough to figure out that that's not right, yeah? You don't need to be an expert in how to fly a plane. NDIS isn't healthcare. Are you kidding me? No, Jesus fucking Christ, that's my line, you dipshit. What are you talking about? By finding answers for accepting capitalism, it's attempting to hold on to their comforts. Yeah, what? NDIS isn't healthcare, what the fuck? I love it. Oh my God. Oh, I love it. I love when you're having a conversation with somebody and they immediately show their asses and are just like, I'm not someone worth arguing with. And you're like, oh, that's right. Good reminder. Thank you. Good reminder that I should not bother. I should not bother arguing with you because you don't think NDIS is healthcare. Oh my God. And then he goes, Jesus fucking Christ, when I start laughing. Oh God. Do I even need to block you or did you run away? Honestly. Oh, where are we? Here we go. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, I know. Calling our national disability insurance provider not healthcare. Like, I don't know. Not someone who's worth arguing with or even talking to. Absolute cooker. I know, Kim. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Oh my gosh. But it does. It's good. It's good just to remember. It is good to remind ourselves, though, that there are genuinely people out there who are not worth having a discussion with because they would genuinely say stuff like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't just me. No, Jess, honestly, as soon as they said that, I was like, no, no, definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah, it'd be nice to be insured a place to sleep, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? That person has said similar stuff to Rachel before, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Rachel and I will often get the same cookers in the comments wanting to convince us that we don't know what we're talking about. And this is the thing too, like this person will literally come into my comments and will say, oh, what, you're an expert now? As though I need to be an expert on flying to know the plane's going down. Like, you don't need to be an expert on flying to know that the altitude's not high enough if you can make out the shocked faces on the people below you. Do you know what I mean? Like, you do not need to be a pilot to know that they're not supposed to be that close, because this is a road. Like, people who want to say that you have to be an expert to be able to have an opinion on a subject are literally just trying to shut you up. They're just trying to control the conversation. There's absolutely no point listening to them. And unfortunately, sometimes you get pulled in, like I did at the beginning there. I got dragged in a little bit. I started trying to reason with him. And then he had the audacity to say that the NDIS wasn't healthcare, and then exclaim, Jesus fucking Christ, afterwards. Oh my God. Hey, Talia, how are you? Oh my gosh. Hello, hello. Oh my gosh. How do I... No, I don't want to do that. That's what I want to do. Yay, there we go. Working. I tell you what, I swear to Christ too, this person just, yeah. It does make me laugh though. Like I said, it really does make me laugh when, yeah. When they remind you though. Yeah, cookers. And they remind you. They remind you. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to stress, because they will remind you that they are not worth arguing with eventually. You know what I mean? And you know what? It closes the loop. We have a good laugh at their expense. We remove them from the space. We have a good chuckle. We move on. It closes the loop. Hey, do you mind microwaving my tea for me, because I got distracted on a rant? Did you hear what I just was laughing about? No, it was, yeah. Did you hear what I was saying before?
The NDSS?
NDIS isn't healthcare.
I love it.
NDIS isn't healthcare.
I thought I was stupid.
Honestly. It's good though. It is really, really good. And this happens sometimes as well, even with people that are in my personal life. Like, I'll be chatting with someone and I'll be like, yep, all good, everything's great, you know, no problems. And then they'll say something and I'll just kind of have this moment of being like, I've decided that I don't want to be here. Like, I've just remembered that I can only take you in small doses, because sometimes you're a bit of a twit and I can't handle this. I remember having a conversation with someone recently where I sort of had to get a bit direct with them and just basically be like, okay, can you just stop and think to yourself, what's the kind thing to do here? Because if you think to yourself, how do I teach this person to be kind? Or what's the kind thing to do here? It won't take you long to realize that you are the asshole. And then I had to walk away because I couldn't take it. You know, like, I just could not take it. Yeah, they just pull the wild shit out of nowhere and you're like, oh, like the date I went on. Dog, the date that I went on where I warned him and he still pulled out the racist joke. He still pulled out the racist joke. Alright, the kids are going to put the TV on, so if the noise gets a bit much, I'll end the live. Just let me know, because it's about the time I usually...
We're not playing TV, we're connecting the Nintendo Switch to the TV.
Okay, no worries. If we don't have access to it, it's not unfair to all. Therefore, by comparison of insufferance, it's not healthcare. Lol. If I can't get it, it's not what it is. Oh, yeah, right, yeah. Because, again, each according to his ability, each according to his need. We believe in that sometimes. Sometimes we believe in that. And then other times we laugh at people who tell us that we already have versions of communism operating in this system, and we tell them it would never work. And when they point out all the ways that communism does work, like the NDIS, you know, each according to his ability, each according to his need, that's what the NDIS is. Ensuring that people who have need of extra health and services, and I know that you weren't saying that, Juzzy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you were saying that. Did I hear Nintendo Switch? Yeah, the kids are playing the Nintendo, if they can get it on. I want to know which joke it was, only to really work out how Oh, I don't know if I could share that joke. Like, I don't know. Do you know what? Maybe in the Void After Dark on Wednesday night I'll share the joke, because I'm not going to... I'll be on the Void After Dark for an hour on TikTok, and then after the first hour of Void After Dark, I switch off the TikTok and we go purely to Twitch. So, guys, links in my bio for all of the places. Go follow me in all of the places if you want to know where I am, when I'm going to be there. I'm going to be logging off in a little bit, probably in about the next 20 actually, because I do have some work I've got to do on the computer this afternoon. And I don't want to be sitting here. Like, I've got to probably do about an hour's worth of work on the Ko-fi to upload some content. And I don't want to be so sick of sitting here by the time I upload it that I just can't be arsed anymore. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So I'm going to, so follow me in all the places. Go and follow the Ko-fi, the link, as I said in the bio, the links are where all the places the links are. And then you will know, yeah, where to do it, where to put it, all that shit. Where to put it? Oh, God. It's a double entendre. Yeah, makes sense. So, yeah, Void After Dark on Wednesday night. Wednesday night. Then we will, all right? That's when we'll hey, do you talk about things? I've only heard you mention cougars and racist, but no context. Yeah, Tripper, I do talk about things. So I've been talking about the housing crisis, and the reason that the cooker came up was because I was talking about healthcare and how that the healthcare system in this country had been being dismantled. And then the cooker was saying that the NDIS, the National Disability Insurance Scheme, wasn't healthcare. And that's why the conversation about the cooker started. And the racist was because earlier I was telling some stories. I was doing story times about my dating life. But we're now reaching the end of the live, Tripper. I've been live now for 4 hours. And we're now reaching the end of the live. So if you put on your notifications so that you know when I'm going live next time, you too will be here earlier and you'll have a lot more context for the random conversations that we have 4 hours into the live stream. And you'll know why there's a big sparkly dress behind me too. Because, you know, I like to just... It's like those comedy shows where someone walks in late and the comedian's like, don't tell them the context, don't let them know. Absolutely. Where to put it? How do we make, it's like instantly, we make everything dirty instantly. It's terrible. Following the context, following the, yeah, wherever the void will go. Absolutely. No, I love it. I do love it. So yeah, like, share, subscribe, do all the things that I'm supposed to ask you to do. I am going to log off to do some computery type stuff now. I will be back on Wednesday night for the Void After Dark. The reason I'm going to, well, actually, I'll wait a little bit before we do the full wrap up. Don't worry. Look, we may be well into adulthood, but that does not make us mature. No one claimed we were mature. I don't know why people keep coming into this space expecting maturity. Like, I feel like we've clearly signposted the neurodivergence everywhere, right? Like, I feel like it's really obvious. But no, people still walk around being like, why are there not any neurotypical adults around? Neuroturity! Yes, Juzzy, neuroturity. I love it. I love it. Growing old is compulsory. Growing up is optional. Ed, wisest with the words. The wisest with the words. Oh, what was that other quote that we had from earlier? What was that other quote that we had from earlier? I said something else earlier that I was like, that needs to go on a shirt. Can't remember it. Expect depravity, be surprised by jokes. That can go on a shirt. That can absolutely go on a shirt, Kim. Expect depravity, be surprised by the levity. Men create cults to date women. Yeah, there was another one though. That is true. That is absolutely true. But no, it was something about the rich people not needing to pass each other money. I don't know. Can't think of it now. It's fine. Oh my goodness, now we're all out doing each other with the quotes. Everyone wants a quote on a shirt. Now, I am going to, guys, like this is, I'm not even kidding you. This is full fucking on. This is the other reason I want to log off a little bit earlier today, because I have to go and get some embroidery thread, because I'm going to have shirts with the quotes on it going up live on the 15th. So for anyone who doesn't know what we're doing, I am getting like shirts and jerseys, so like t-shirts and jerseys from op shops in a size range. So there'll be a size range, but each size will be a different color. And each shirt will have and the size range will have the same quote on it. So your size might be a color you don't like in the quote that you want. Sorry about that. If you have any specific requests, I can keep an eye out for you at the op shops. So if you are a member of the Void, I should put this in there actually as a little notice for people. These are all the things I need to let everyone know about. If you're a member of the Void, link in bio, you can go to our quote section and you can find a quote and you can be like, oh, I really like this quote. This is my size. If you can find it in like a pink jersey, like if you can find a secondhand pink jersey in a size 12, I'd really like this quote on it. I will absolutely do that. I will make that effort. I will make that effort. Did I just do a Harvard comma? Yes. Very capitalist of me. Honest question. Oh, so very monarch of me. Yes. So very old English. So very British. So very, yeah. Absolutely. So I feel like everyone is coming up with A+ quotes now. So we've got to put those on the shirts. Definitely. Put those in there. But yeah, so I'm going to have the gown done, but I'm also going to have other things as well at different. So it's all to raise money for the Abu Ryder family. And I'm going to try and have a range of different things. And of course, what I'm donating is my labor, because I will have to recoup some of the cost of materials. But I will be donating 100% of the profits to the Abu Ryder family. And I will happily provide an open book accounting of everything. No qualms, no issues. It's the one bit of Grover I understand. I loves me in Oxford comma. Loves me in Oxford comma. Absolutely. It makes a sentence easy to read. Up with the Oxford comma. Down with all other grammar. Hey, Belle, you're back. You're back. We've got 15 minutes left, Belle. 15 minutes. You came in here. Yeah, time to leave. So I was actually talking. We might have to FaceTime a bit later. I've got to go and pick up some embroidery thread so I can set up the embroidery machine to get some embroidery happening, some embroidery business happening. And yeah, I was just talking about the options for people. I was just talking about the options for people. If people would like shirts and whatnot, you know? So join the Void if you would like options for shirts. Maybe I'll make that one of the perks. I'll make you a shirt in your colour or whatever for a certain tier level. And we're about to talk about Bridgerton in the last minutes to complete the full circle. Because we've got to close the circle. We have to close the circle. So I will be watching Bridgerton as I embroider. And I will have the Discord. I'll try and have the computer Discord open on my phone, so that I can keep up with any requests anyone has in terms of particular quotes they want in particular sizes, if they want it on a jersey versus a shirt. Just so, you know, and whatever size anyone wants me to sort of put a hold on. And yeah, and the site will go live on the 15th. It doesn't necessarily mean that everything's going to ship on the 15th, guys. Like, I'm going to be doing a 24-hour live. Things won't ship until at the earliest. The earliest I will start packing things for shipping will be the 17th. The earliest anything will be shipped will be the 18th of June. So the site will go out live on the 15th. Nothing will get out in the mail before the 18th. Alright? So just even if you paid $15 for postage, I will not be starting to post anything before the 18th. Just FYI. Yes. Is this on the live stream? Yes, it is. Yeah, the Tism Tangent always ends where it started. Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does. So, it turns out I have a thing on the 15th, a friend's 50th. Yeah, but that's not going to go for 24 hours. So, you'll be able to come to my thing at some point. I'm not expecting you to be there for the full 24 hours, Belle. Chill. It's all good. But I will just say that it is my first, well, it is my second birthday post-breakup. But it's my first birthday happy post-breakup. Oh, it's my first birthday not depressed post-breakup. That's mine. Yeah, so I'm going to be watching Bridgerton. Ad starts in 40 seconds. When the ad comes back, we'll wrap up. We'll finish wrapping up. First birthday with all of us. Yeah, first birthday with all of you. Absolutely. First birthday with the Void. For sure, for sure. First best birthday of all time. I'm very excited. First best birthday? First best birthday? Sorry, I just got completely tongue-tied then. First best birthday of all of the best birthdays to come. And ad starting, so I'm going to do some bonus content time. And then I'm going to come back and wrap up talking about Bridgerton. Yeah. 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 And what colour should I do with the embroidery floss, guys? Suggestions. Anyone got any suggestions for the colours for embroidery floss? While we're in the ad, fill up the comments. Tell me what colours embroidery floss. Smashing it. I know. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I got to update the numbers. Black on black shirts. You're such a nihilist, Kim. What are you hoping the dress sells at for the auction, or at a guess? Probably, I reckon I could get about $1,300 for it if I was going to try and sell it myself. I could easily get about $1,300 considering that it is fully boned as well, and that it is completely hand stitched. The upper layer is completely hand stitched into place. So I could absolutely, and it's also going to be completed with hand beading throughout as well. And with the chain detail that's going to be in there as well. So I could absolutely get 13. I could probably actually get anywhere from 2,000, maybe 2,300 for it if I was selling it. If it was a commission piece, someone had commissioned it for me, from me, I'd probably sell it for more like $3,000. Because when you're dealing with commissions, there's always a bit of pressure. There's always a bit of extra stress and fittings and stuff, and it's just not fun. So I'm hoping, given the fact that it's not a commissioned piece, it's going to be off the rack. I do understand that there is going to be a markdown for that, because whoever is buying it off the rack, which means there is then a cost involved in going and getting the dress altered. So rather than charging $2,000 for the dress, you charge $1,300 for the dress so that they can go and pay the extra $500 to go and get it altered to fit them properly. So I'm hoping. The materials for the dress cost me about $50 all up. I'm hoping it'll get about $1,200, $1,250 for our family to get them out of Rafa. That's kind of what I'm hoping the margin's going to be. You have incredible craftsmanship. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have been sewing at this point for over 20 years. Oh shit. I keep forgetting how old I am. At this point, I have been sewing for about 28 years. So, I am pretty good. I'm not going to lie. And I practiced often. Yeah, fully boned. Fully boned. Can you show the back? Of course I can show the back. Now, please remember that the chain isn't in place yet. Please remember the chain isn't in place yet. So there is a chain here, but it hasn't been stitched in place yet. So that's the back. So it's very open. Oh, I can't even show you gosh almighty. I'm tangled. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. being such a cunt right now. Oh my gosh. Really. Just full on diva behavior. Oh my goodness, what diva behavior. What diva behavior. It is gorgeous, isn't it? So, I'm going to show you the train as well, because I feel like this is a real element of it too. So because it's on the bias, I've got the what do you call it? The closure is going to go in there. So that's right. I've got to finish stitching the back there. No, you guys can't. Sorry, but they can on Twitch. I'm so sorry. Yeah, she is a diva. I am so sorry about that. I am so sorry, TikTok. It's one of the benefits of jumping over onto the other platforms with me. It's kind of a selling point. So, the train, and you can see the train. You can see the train. Sorry, not sorry. I am sorry. No, I am sorry, but it's just, I can't, if I turn it, you can also see other stuff that TikTok doesn't let me show, but Twitch does. So that's kind of why the camera has to stay where it is. But as you can see, so that's the waist. This is where the floor is, right? This part's where the floor is. This is all the extra train that's on the back of it. Like the train is a full like 1.5 meters, and it's on the bias, so it pulls in the most, like the way that it just pulls across the arse. Don't worry, I understand. Thank you. I appreciate you so much, TJ. You're such a good sport, honestly. You're such a great addition to the void. So, yeah, so I am loving this in a way that I cannot express to you. And what I want to know is, would I get more money for it if I sold it as a dress, or if I sold it as me wearing the dress for a night out and someone takes me out for a night? Because I really want to wear the dress out now. That's the annoying thing. But yeah, so this is going to go in here. But do you know what else I thought? Okay, so this is going to go in here, and I'm going to have the other chain braided in with it. But do you know what else I thought? And you're going to love this. You're going to absolutely fucking love this. I'm thinking, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking about at the front here, because these pleats are gonna come down a bit. They're not going to be quite as far across there, right? Once they're stitched in place, because the edge, the seam of the dress is actually all the way back here. So they're going to be quite a bit more gathered than that. So that area is going to be quite a bit more open than it is currently, right? This is flat, but that's all gathered, okay? Now, this, I'm going to have chains draped across here as well in the same format. They're not going to be holding anything up though, the bonings obviously, because it's boned. It's all boned. A night out in the dress could get some serious money, you reckon? Shiny, yeah. Yeah, give us support of Twitch. It's more just a deep hatred of the other app. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. I reckon I should, but I also don't know. I think if I could get someone to bid, I'll see what I can get more money for on auction night. I'll say, you know, yeah, exactly. Sell to whoever the bidder is, whether it's for you and the dress or just the dress. Yes. But that doesn't guarantee you anything except a night out in the dress. You get to take me out. That's it. Like, no one go getting any ideas. I wonder if someone bids. Thanks, Belle. I didn't need that blow to my confidence today. I didn't need that particular blow to my confidence today. Thank you very much. If someone bids. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah, but I think that's a good idea. Let's do that. So I'm setting up the website. I've got the Ko-fi going to be all set up, ready to go, ready to launch as well. 24-hour live stream. We're logging off in a few minutes, so that's why the wraparound is getting quick. Tonight, I am going to be watching Bridgerton. I'm going to be finishing off watching Bridgerton the rest of the series 2, and then starting on season 3 again, because I want to be all caught up and rewatched all of it, ready for the second half of season 3. You know what I mean, Belle? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We can chat later though. But I am going to have to sit here. Good iconic dress, but isn't it just? Long flight for a fishing trip in a rural WA. Hey, I am just saying, maybe we wouldn't need to go fishing. I have other hobbies. It's okay. Mills has rewatched it. Of course, it's so lovely. And I can't afford the flights, let alone the picnic. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. But you can buy it. You can still bid on the dress. You can still bid on the dress. But then again, as I said, the dress is going for a minimum of $1,000. So hopefully, fingers crossed. And I was going to say, I'm planning a trip over to Victoria anyway. Maybe, Belle, it might be you and me. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Why come all this way and not go to the beach? Auction term. Yeah, racist, rude, disrespectful, cheating men need not a bid for the day. Yeah. Yeah. If you're one of the 5, negging can also go in there, or whatever it was that, what was it that Ed called it earlier that they do? Where they like give you attention to like get what they want and then they ignore you again. I'm going to come over in the summer. Yeah. Well, I'll buy you a pie if you make it up this far. All right. Winning. And yeah, definitely. I think there's going to be like a definite, like, you know, any meetings will be in public at an event where I can wear, it has to be an event where I can wear this dress. Like, come on. You are not taking me, you know, to a dive bar to be molested. Like, that's not happening. If I can wear this dress, it's at least gold class at the Reading Cinemas, right? Like, minimum gold class at Reading Cinemas in this dress. You have to be seen. Submarining, I believe. Yep, submarining. Good job, guys. Thank you. Keep me updated. I'm going to come over in summer. Yes. Well, that's the thing. I can make another dress, Belle. It doesn't have to be this dress. I'm even thinking about perhaps making one in green instead. I don't know. What do you reckon? Like, I auction this one off and then I make one for myself in green and we go out. Ooh, green would be awesome, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? And the green. Oh, I just saw my kid's name pop up as someone joined and I was like, what? No, he doesn't have TikTok. What are you talking about? Absolutely. Green would be lovely. I'm thinking green. And I'm going to have to go and get some green fabric anyway because Wael's fiance, I'm going to make one in green for her as well. Not this exact dress. Something a bit similar. Are you doing organising in Vic when you come over? It depends when. It depends when I'm coming over and what's going on. The plan would be yes, absolutely. I'm tapped in with a couple of the union movements and stuff over there, so hopefully I'll be able to tap in with whatever they're doing when I come over. and do a bit of a, you know, event. That'd be awesome. Green's good on you. Might have to get one made for me. Absolutely. I remember when, like, you used to have to make a dress out of this particular fabric when you did a ball at Flight Centre. And I used to, like, whip up dresses for the girls like this sometimes. Just, like... It would usually just be a dress and lining, and they'd wear their normal underwear underneath, but I wouldn't go to the trouble of boning it because it was really cheap, awful fabric. Like, it was provided by work, and I wouldn't charge them anything for it. I'd just whip it up real quick because it was a synthetic, awful, like, plastic shit fabric. Wales' fiance is Muslim, so hers is yes. I've asked him to provide a sketch. And I've, also asked for her measurements. Yeah. Because I think, you know, it might not need to be that modest. You know what I mean? Like, yes, in public there are certain standards of dress that you adhere to, but in private, once they're married, then she might be able to wear it just for him, and he might enjoy that. And either way, I'm happy to make whatever the married couple desires, whatever the young couple desires. Yeah, wearing underwear instead of boning, yeah. Yeah, it's cultural practice stuff, and I was gonna say it's definitely an in public thing under what's it called, law? I can never pronounce it properly. In certain parts of the world, so they do live in that sort of environment, like they live under, what do you call it, law? But yeah, 5,000 likes. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much, TJ. Fabulous. Sharia law. Thank you, Kim. Under Sharia law. Yeah, so when you're living under Sharia law, which is, it's like having Orthodox Judaism versus someone who might be ethnically Jewish, versus, you know, like, yeah. Anyway. We used to call it, like, you know, the practicing Catholics. You used to always feel like a bit of an oxy, you know, an odd saying, practicing Catholics. Like, why be religious if you're not practicing? But anyway. It's an Sharia. Okay. I'll keep practicing saying it. Now, I have got Sharia. Okay. See, this is why I was like, had trouble saying it, because I don't know how to say it properly. So I am now going to go and do some hand sewing. I've got my silk shirt here that I am hand stitching some lace into. And this is not for anyone except me. This is just for me because I want to. So that's what I'm going to do now for a little while, because I'm all peopled out. So goodbye, people. I love you all so much. Thank you for the follow, Katrina. Love you so much. Thank you, Kim. That illuminates things, certainly. Short vowel sound. Love you. Good day, you all. Yes. Belle, later on tonight, if you're up for it, we can have a chat while I'm sewing, if you like. I'm just, gonna take some time off. Ever helpful, Kim. Yes. Laters, everybody. Yes. Have a nice night. Thanks for having me today. No, thank you. Thanks for joining us today, TJ. Loved having you. Absolutely. And look forward to some more chats in the future. Have a good one, guys. Yes, you are all the best. I love you whether new or old here. I'm going to put on some Feeding the Ducks music. How's that? How's that sound as we go to our outro? Do you love it? Do you love it? It doesn't matter, does it? I'm gone.